as well as how one.
You're gonna see who the presenters are?
I just want to see on this. Opening up the participants. Right. So I can get on the right side.
Perfect, thank you. Are we still working on this now?
We should be good.
Hello, everyone. 3 times the charm. Okay, hopefully everyone can hear us now. Good morning, buenos dias. Thank you all for joining us virtually. We have a lot to cover today. The lion's share of our conversation will be about facilitating with an official facilitator, a discussion about who we are as First Five California, how we want to show up as a collective, how we are showing up as each one of us as human beings, as well as how are we connecting with others in this space. And I would particularly, call out our First Five colleagues in addition to the association. That's something that I know we may not get fully deep into, but I want to acknowledge it because I've had the benefit of being in community with so many of them in January, and I was really inspired and touched by what they're up to. And since their name is our name, we do definitely have some connection with them in a special way. Okay, so with that, I want to welcome our new commissioner, Vivian Velasco. Very excited. Oh, there is a little back here. Very excited. In a few minutes, we will swear her in. I want to offer Commissioner Paz right now the floor, and if she'd like to say a few words.
Well, I'm just very excited to be a part of this commission. I'm from the Central Valley, Fresno County, and a lot of times, we don't have a lot of representation in Sacramento from that area. So I'm very proud to serve and give my insights. I have a lot of background in rural economic development, the law, and I'm a mom of 2 small little girls. So I'm particularly invested in making sure that they and all children from all walks of life and throughout California get the resources they need to be successful. I know that great programs like that First Five do really impacted my life, and I know that it can do that to others. So I'm happy to serve.
Yeah, well, thank you. Okay, so with that, we will turn to let's see. Oh, we also have shout out to Commissioner Majors. Senator, Speaker Rendon has reappointed her. Her term will now officially expire in 2026. Congratulations and another applause. I don't know if I want to indulge you with a few seconds of.
Nothing really to say, but then I'm happy to be here. This has been a journey, so I'm looking forward as we retreat today and think about our going forward. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so just very briefly, we always now are trying to really lift up what are the goals for today. So Commission will be asked to revise our commission meeting date. As folks will hopefully recall, we have now expanded the number of our commission meetings, and we are also going to be adding more open subcommittee hearings and meetings as part of that. We'll vote on that. We'll also vote on the assignments for the program and evaluation and the Public Policy Advisory Committee. The bulk of today is going to be our retreat, and as I mentioned up front, really building an understanding of who we are, what we're about, our goals, values, expectations for this year and the coming years, as well as just build community. I really do, that's just how I roll. I need to feel connected to the people that I'm working with, and I want to build more community amongst all of us. Okay, so now the official oath. Someone take here, take her to the mom is like, how do we get a picture? Thank you.
Actually, to be on camera.
Beyond, you don't need to be on, it's okay, that's a better picture.
Nominee, like, no better people.
Yeah.
I want
People
people,
see.
there's other
Yeah.
folks here, so let's.
Yeah.
keep it distracted.
Maybe
Now we will, announce the official. I state your name, you solemnly swear
I, Vivian Velasco Paz, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith to and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Yay! Wonderful. Okay, now I'd like to defer to Jackie for our land acknowledgement.
And this is with approval from the Sacramento Native American Health Center that they created with approval. The history of the Sacramento area and the people is rich in heritage, culture, and tradition. The area was and still is the tribal land of the Nisenan people. Sacramento was a gathering place for many local tribes that have lived throughout the Central Valley and the foothills for generations, and were the original stewards of this land. We'd like to acknowledge the Southern Maidu people to the north, the Valley and Plains Miwok peoples to the south of the American River, and the Patwin Winton peoples to the west of the Sacramento River. We would also like to honor the Wilton Rancheria, the only federally recognized tribe in Sacramento.
And now would you like to walk us through a quick overview of the hybrid meeting?
So thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning. I'll go quickly over how we will conduct the meeting today, including facilitation of discussion among commissioners who are all in person today, and public comment, those in person and those joining us virtually. First off, if anyone is having technical difficulties, please send an email to info@ccfc.ca.gov. Again, that's info@ccfc.ca.gov. We have staff standing by who will immediately assist. Commissioners, upon each agenda item, you will be able to provide feedback and ask questions. Chair Perez will field requests to speak from commissioners. Voting will be conducted in the same manner as previous meetings. Jamie Hastings will help moderate today's meeting and will call for each commissioner's vote. So for the general public, the public will be muted during the meeting. If you are attending virtually and wish to comment, use the raise hand function. If you are here today in person and wish to comment, please sign in on the public comment sheet in front of Jamie. And Jamie will call on the public in the order which they signed up, starting with people in the room in Sacramento and then people in the virtual queue. In closing, again, if anybody is having technical difficulties, including the use of raise hand function, please send an email to info@ccfc.ca.gov. We have staff monitoring that account now, so you should receive assistance right away. Unless there are any technical questions, I'll turn it back to Chair first.
Thank you. Okay, so now conflict of interest. I'd like to ask if anyone at the commission, if they know of any agenda item to present or potentially may present a conflict of interest for you. Obtaining this information in advance will ensure that I can announce your non-participation in this aspect of item in compliance with applicable laws. Any commissioner wants to statement? Seeing none. Do you want to acknowledge I see a raised hand? Over there, is that just? Public comment is next, perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. So now members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes on any non-agenda item or items not related to pending judicial, administrative, litigation, or personnel matters. No action by the state commission may be taken on this public comment. you're attending virtually and wish to comment, use the raise hand function as someone already, oh, maybe they did. If you are here today in person and wish to comment, please sign in on the public comment sheet as I see someone doing. Jamie will call on the public in the order in which they are signed up, starting with people in the room and then people in the virtual queue. Wonderful. Come on, does she have a mic or?
I am very loud.
In person or outside voice?
And my inside voice will be plenty, as my daughter can attest. I'm Jennifer Kelleher Floyd. I am the executive director of Santa Clara County's First Five Commission. I am excited to be here today to meet many of you for the first time. I have been in this role for about 10 months. So I'm still fairly new to the First Five network, but prior to that, have been a partner with First Five for many years. I was the chief program officer at our largest legal aid organization in Santa Clara County, representing children before I came here. Really, I'm here today in part to parlay a field trip for my daughter who's with me, Emmy, my 10-year-old, who we did not get to see the Capitol last year as part of her field trip for 4th grade. So we're combining that with a soccer tournament and an opportunity to see how government really works in something that has to do with mom's job. So, so it's a little more interesting than maybe what's happening at the Capitol. The only thing I want to share, just again, as part of the network and as a newer member, is really to echo what the chair has said about community. I certainly have learned that in the 10 months I've been involved with First Five, we really do partner together as commissions, but also really hope to extend that partnership with you all at the state in a number of efforts, and just want to reiterate that we would be open and welcome to any of you to visit the work that we're doing in Santa Clara County. We are the home of Potter the Otter, and actually just lent our exhibit to Monterey, so that'll be opening soon. And we just want to echo, I'm sure, what my fellow EDs might share, that we just really hope to continue to have an open dialogue about how we work together and partner. I know we have hiccups with the decrease in revenue, but really great for our kids and flavor band. But we really hope that we can work together to weather through the next several years. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Absolutely.
Emmy, would you like to say anything?
Thank you so much for your comments, and thank you, Emmy, for being here, and hopefully it won't be super boring. Do our best. Okay.
Next is Francine.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I'm really glad to be here today to be able to interact with you in person. And again, I'm here as someone who's spent almost 20 years in the position with First Five in Monterey. And so I've seen things change and come and go, and relationships change and come and go. And I would love for us to be able to all be able to work together to get to feel like we're all in the same boat, rowing in the same direction, getting to the same outcomes. And I'm confident that we can get here with the team that we have at the First Five Association and the team that we have here, if we can just make sure that we're communicating and collaborating together. So I'm looking forward to being part of that. The funding decrease has been a huge challenge for the counties. And I have a little bit of history related to that. I know Commissioner Majors was like, didn't they plan for this? Didn't they know this was going to happen at the last meeting? And it's like, yes, we did. And we hoped at the very beginning that by the time the funding decline happened, there would be no need for First Five, right? That did not happen, right? The need has grown exponentially, especially with the mental health challenges and things like that. So at the local levels, we are really hurting, and we really need you guys to help work with us to come up with a solution where we can really advocate together for the work that has happened in the counties, that it can continue and actually grow. So we look forward to working with you on whatever strategy or approach that looks like, and we'll get there together. So I'm here as a resource, a sounding board, or just to get to know you a little bit better. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It looks like we have Avo Mendesian Association.
Although you're up next.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. Avo Makdessian representing the First Five Association. just want to say thank you to Francine and Jennifer for being there in person. I'm sorry I couldn't join you today, but I want to start off with an appreciation and the intentional approach that the commission and staff is taking today to begin discussions on your strategic directions and relationships and actions. I want to +1 what our executive directors from Santa Clara and Monterey, Francine and Jennifer, said, that we stand ready to partner with the commission on early and often on things like sustainability and program investments, evaluations, state policy. I mentioned many of these partnership opportunities to Arabella advisors when I was interviewed late last year around this process. And so just wanted to emphasize that, and also reflecting on First Five California's North Star statement and audacious goal that specifically calls out racial equity and how we achieve it when those most impacted by inequity are meaningfully involved in the creation and implementation of institutional policies and practices that impact their lives. And that really stands out to me because it is a reminder that what better way to center equity than ensuring inclusivity of local First Five commissions and the millions of parents and caregivers and children that we serve across the state. So as resources dwindle and COVID era supports are being lifted, there's an uncertain economic future. I would just say it's more imperative than ever that the state commission and the 58 county commissions are more aligned as ever to maximize our collective investments. If you remember anything from this public comment and diving into your retreat, it's that I would just say lean on the collective wisdom of folks like Francine and Jennifer and 56 other EDs across the state, and our community infrastructure that has been built over the last 25 years on the ground, so that together we can ensure that every child in California has what they need to thrive. So I wish you a really fruitful conversation today, and I look forward to our continued partnerships.
Thank you so much, Avo. Really appreciate it as always, what you're up to and what the commissions locally, like I said, I saw them, many of them in January, and was truly inspired. So thank you again. I do want to acknowledge it. I know that they didn't say that they would like to speak, but just acknowledge it. I don't have pleasure knowing you.
I'm Scott Wade. I'm the director in Merced County.
Wonderful. Merced is here as well. Thank you. So with that, I just want to move and remind us that we're moving into action items, and the protocol for the action item includes staff presentation, questions from the state commission, public comment, deliberation, and voting by the state commission. There will be a 3-minute per person time limit during this public comment. And that will lead us to the revised commission meeting date, and this is an action item. And I will turn it over now to James.
Good morning. I would ask for camera purposes to switch over to this spot over here. Can you hear me if I just sit right there?
Yes.
So these should be.
We can't see you there. So
Okay.
here.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the first action item here is the revised 2023 commission meeting dates, and this will be, I think, a quick item. This is just the fruition of what the commission has discussed and unanimously approved at the last commission meeting, which is a desire to have 6 commission meetings moving forward instead of 4 per year. The recommendation, based upon the fact that we've had 1 commission date and now today, is to stagger our meetings every other month, continuing to do so on the 3rd Thursday of that month. And so the dates are April 20, June 15, August 17, October 19. The only exception is that we are recommending the 2nd Tuesday in December, which is December 14, because the 3rd is the 21st, and that's that was too close to Christmas, and we'll be in a position on the commission. staff. So unless there are any questions on this, probably could move and confirm these dates.
Okay, and then just want to acknowledge, I know we did say December, but just because there are so many different holidays in December, I just wonder if December is going to be a question mark for folks. So yes, I just want to say that we can look at that a little later. So I move to approve the following, anyone have a motion statement? Let me move, because I was already starting. So I move to approve the following revised meeting dates for the 2023 calendar year. April 20th, June 15th, August 17th, October 19th, and if it is okay, well, December 14th, with that double asterisk. Okay, but-
I do have some comment or question.
After we call.
After you talk about.
No, we do discussion before. vote.
Discussion.
Yeah.
Discussion before.
Thank you.
Do we know if these are gonna be virtual or in person?
Yes, as of right now, under Bagley Keene, we do things virtually. But the legislation that allows for that is ending at the end of June. And there might even be changes before then, but certainly at the end of June, my speculation, but it's only speculation, is that there will be no generalized virtual meetings moving forward in July. The Brown Act, which is sort of a companion act to Bagley Keene, but for local jurisdictions, there is some video conferencing ability, but there are a lot of rules attached to that, and the commission probably should assume that there's going to be a lot of physical presentation moving forward in July.
So, I recall, and it's been a while, that as long as your virtual location was publicly noticed, that's still compliant with the law. Is that accurate? So you could be in your home city, for example, as long as members of the public could come to your location.
That is generally correct, yes. So you can't participate, visitors wouldn't be able to participate in their car or in their home or whatnot, but if you were in a public spot, say in San Diego or something like that, there was posting and the ability for the public to come and comment, that would technically be within the bounds of the law.
We would have to officially notice it as an official satellite.
10 days before, at least 10 days before. So thank you, commissioners, for bringing up those questions, because I do think we do need to lift that up. And since we've done that in the past, and since we've had the flexibility, and because many of us are in different parts of the state, I do want us to encourage that option to still be pursued, because I don't want it to be a barrier for participation. That being said, I also want to lift up, we wanted to also be out in community more too. So how we do that, and how we can all think about ways, maybe if we can't all be at certain ones, we want to say, oh, at this one, let's all try and go. And I don't know, Fresno or somewhere that would be a good place to visit. It would be a nice thing for us to think about in the future as well. So any other commission discussion? How about public comment? Thank you. Okay, seeing none, let's move to approve. And I would like to move to approve the following revised meeting dates for 2023, April 20th, June 15th, August 17th, October 19th, December 14th, with the notice because of so many holidays in December, we may need to figure that one. Is there a second? The Commissioner Hazen is seconded, and now I will say I moved it, Commissioner that has moved it, seconded by Commissioner Hazen. And is there call for the vote?
Robert Alvarez.
Aye.
Gina Hazen.
Aye.
Elsa Jimenez.
Aye.
Lori Riso.
Aye.
Becky Magers. Aye. Vivian Velasco Paz.
Aye.
Dina Perez.
Aye. That motion has passed. And now we will turn to the advisory committees and back to James for that.
You. And again, this is a continuation of discussion that the commission has had for the past two meetings. The commission did again unanimously approve the revision to the advisory committees moving forward. At the time that the commission passed on that in January, Commissioner Velasco Paz had not yet been appointed to the commission. We anticipated to some degree that the new commissioner would be appointed and that there would be a holding in of that new commissioner into the structure that the commission approved for advisory committees. And that has now occurred. So as pursuant to the previous recommendation, staff is recommending that Commissioner Velasco Paz be appointed to the Public Policy Advisory Committee, which is a public faculty committee, as well as the Program and Evaluation Committee, which is also a public and faculty notice committee. In order to continue on with the 16 assignments, 2 assignments for each commissioner, that would require that Chair Perez be replaced by Commissioner Velasco Paz on the Program and Evaluation Committee, and for Vice Chair Hazen to be replaced by Commissioner Velasco Paz on the Public Policy Committee. Again, I want to remind everyone that public policy and the Program and Evaluation Committees, because they are open and public, the even commissioners that are not members of those committees are allowed to observe, be educated and whatnot on those committees, which we are hoping to be able to do in concert with the regular notice commission meetings. So again, unless there's any questions about that, probably.
Other questions? I did just want to reiterate. I just reiterate that we can still participate. I think that was a big deal for some of us. We're like, you're pushing me off program evaluation, but I really want to learn more about the program. So I think just to encourage us to be as participatory as possible. And I think the staff are thinking this through. How do we open up more meetings? As we said, transparency is really important to us. And even those meetings that are quote unquote closed, there will now be a process and a structure where there will be report backs during this open meeting forum where we are hearing what's being discussed. And of course, we can raise questions and instruct those work groups to come back with more information as needed. I do want to also just acknowledge that Commissioner Rodriguez is here, so we have all of us in person, which to me just warms my heart so much. So thank you all for making the time to do this. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, is there a motion to approve the advisory committee? Moved by, is there a second? So moved by Commissioner Jimenez, seconded by Commissioner Majors. Can we have a vote?
Clara Alvarez. Aye. Dana Hazen. Aye. Elsa Jimenez.
Aye.
Jackie Majors. Aye. Vivian Velasco Paz. Aye. Daniela Perez.
Aye.
Lori Reeson. Aye.
We are approved. Thank you, Denise.
Good, thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Okay, so now we have the chunk of our meeting. We're gonna get in here and anybody say next? No, just kidding. Okay, so first by California staff will present an information item and no action as a reminder will be taken by the commission. This section will hopefully last for at least a few hours, but of course, anyone who needs breaks, all of that, please do so. And we will aim for a lunch around 12:30. It will be a working lunch, and then anyone needs breaks, we can talk about that too as needed. And so now I would like to open up this information item and defer to Jackie to introduce our facilitator.
It is by the front doors behind the elevator.
There's a reminder of that, and also there's the codes and those sort of things.
So there's a code, a stack of cards with a code right in front on the front desk.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to introduce Sandra Lowry, who I've known for a little bit now. She is actually with Nicole Anderson and Associates, so a large consulting firm. I'm really just pleased to have them being in the planning process with us and the chair. And so we have been excited. We had a lot of really good discussions, and we're looking forward to the conversation today. I think we will not meet tears. We'll be filled with a lot of really great things and energy. Joyful tears, moving forward. So Sandra, I don't know if you wanted to introduce yourself or say a few words.
Thank you, thank you. And my projection right now is good, right, Chair? Okay, thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure to be in the company of what I would call colleagues in this work together. I'm so excited to be here with you today. I joined Nicole Anderson Consulting a couple years back. It's been a journey and a pleasure to be able to come in and partner with commissions, organizations, boards such as yourselves. I will tell you that I come to this work as an educator. I'm a teacher at heart. I taught for 10 years before jumping into school administration. I've been an educator for almost 30 years now, having served in several of our systems across the state. Particularly, I've had extensive time in senior levels of leadership, former school superintendent. I grew up in Oakland, California, but I was born in Jackson, Mississippi. And I was the first in my family to be born in a hospital. I will tell you there's some intentionality right behind that. And as we unpack the day and really considering the work that you are invested in every day, I know I'd be preaching to the choir to just start and lead with that. Right. But, you know, as a young person growing up in our school system, it was a rough life growing up in Oakland. You know, never having enough food, shelter, security, all the things you advocate for, right? I was lacking. And I think that set me on a path towards advocacy. I think that set me on a path towards what my purpose is in this life, right? What my passions are in this life. And that is absolutely to be of service to our nation's youth and our nation's families. I think the educators, as I grew up and matured in our systems, you know, they were well-intentioned. You know, all the memories, you know, that I can recall. But I think there was less warm demanding and a lot of empathy, but not enough pushing me to be my best self, right? And clearly I was capable. When I think about the fact of like how many actual adults talk to me about going to college, right? And so that really, really stuck with me. I took that into the classroom, right? I took that to the boardrooms that I've been a part of. And so I am currently Chief Equity and People Officer at Aspire Public Schools. That is what I call my day job, right? But ensuring equity, right? And like being in the trenches and fighting for social justice I'm in all of the nooks and crannies and spaces that I can find and trying to add on to my tool bag, right, as I move forward in my journey, but also trying to arm myself with as many allies and partners as I can in this work. And so that is what brought me here today. When I think about, you know, what you are tasked with as a commission in terms of improving the lives of the young people across the state of California, right, and how you do that, you know, in systems, you know, that relate to education and health services and other services that are in critical importance to our youth and our families. And so I'm standing here with you today. I know that my role is facilitator, but I'm joining the First Five family today. We are partners in this work and just hoping that it continues. The last thing I will share is that, you know, as an educator, really unpacking and understanding how all of our systems work together when I think about education and healthcare and social services, right? We can't work in silos, right? We have to join forces, and that is a lot of what this commission is about. And so to say that I'm excited to be here today is a complete understatement. So happy to be of service. as a facilitator, but really, really ecstatic to be just joining as a partner with you all today. All right? Absolutely. I would say that our format today, really is one of
So yeah, I'm
shared.
just noticing that people cannot see you, so.
Oh, yeah. Let me just scoot up to the table a little bit. I would say that our.
That's the.
How about that?
Yeah. No, you said, you keep on going, staff will.
Staff will figure it out. Okay.
Staff will figure it out.
Thank you, staff. I would be remiss also, if I didn't say to the fellow first five partners, right, that are in the space and the staff. It takes all of us collectively, right, just like jumping into our roles to make this train go. But what I was going to say about our space today and what the day will look like, Chairperson Perez spoke about this earlier, but like we should just feel at home, right? If you feel like you need to take a break, please do so, right? If you feel like there's a question to be asked, please feel free to do so. We are amongst family and we'll pivot in the ways that we need to pivot today, okay? All right, so I'm going to share my screen just for a moment. And I like to open in this way because I want you all to know who's walking into this space with you. This is my family. That's my best friend, Josh, my absolute best friend in life and partner. And those two girls are Nia and Naya. Nia is a senior at the University of Washington. She plays basketball there. She's nursing an injury, going to be graduating this June in law and social justice, and is figuring out her master's program and what her next steps are. Naya is a senior at St. Mary's High School in Stockton, California, and she is on the hunt for a state championship. They are in a deep playoff run. She scored 28 points last night in her victory. So proud Mama Bear. We are basketball. I don't even know what to call it anymore. We are diehards, but those two are my heartbeats and absolutely just the joy and main source of inspiration why I do the work that I do every day. And so I'd like to invite you to think about, a child or children that you can bring into this space today, right? Who is coming into the room with you, as we are going on this journey? Essentially, who does your advocacy, who are you working on behalf of today? So I want you to think about who that child is or who those children are, and just write that down on a piece of paper. Let's start with that. We're going to let that breathe about 30 more seconds.
Is that chat or my eyes better? That means someone's chatting.
Yeah, but we've instructed not to use the chat function.
Oh, no chat function. Okay, but if folks do, if anyone wants to say anything, do we say how?
Raise hand.
Raise hand, thank you. And I'm hoping others are participating that are virtual, if they're participating in limited.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now this might be a little bit of a challenge, but this part is extremely necessary. I'm gonna ask you all to write your name, the name that you are bringing into the space, or the names on the whiteboard right behind us. Okay, you're welcome to do so as you please. And I'm only asking for first names. Okay, no first and last name, just first name.
Are you?
I'm gonna probably walk away with the rest of you.
All right, so it's time.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Thank you all so much for doing that. I know that, some of the names on that board might be reflective of those that you intimately love, right? They might be your children or children in your family. For those of you that, come to this work as educators or from healthcare, it might be, someone on your caseload, right? It might be someone from a classroom or just an experience, right, that you carry with you all the time. And as we engage in our discussions today, as we engage in our team building activities, right, as we have dialogue, we want to continue to carry those that we have advocacy for into this space, right? Because what it does is it resonates with our why. Because we know that that is how we're going to begin our day. Okay, so thank you for doing that. I want to just share a little bit about, the opportunity that's before us. There's a story about a fish swimming along. There are two fish. One fish comes up to the other one and saying, "Hey, how's the water?" And the other fish, kind of looks back at the other one and is like, "What water?" Right? Our journey together really is about how we are unpacking that. How we actually look through a systems lens so that we can actually see the water. That's what it actually takes to lift this work. And if that sounds cryptic or not concrete enough, I promise you by the end of the day, it will be, okay? All right, so thinking about the opportunity that's before us, we just engaged in some commission business, right, as all boards do. We are going to have a why, how, what frame of the day for ourselves, and we're going to do some very specific things. Really recenter around the why of this team. Really drill deep into the roles and expectations of this team, which helps us to really identify the values and then therefore the priorities of this team. And then really set ourselves up to examine effective governance practices so that as you move forward and looking at this work through a systems lens, the commitments that you make as a team are grounded in that. Okay, that is essentially, what we are after today. What I understand about this team thus far, as I research all the backgrounds, right, and how you came in existence of just being a commissioner, is that you all come to this work from different walks of life, right? From different regions in the state, from different professional industries. But there are some similarities in you getting grounded on collectively why you were all on this team. And that is really what we want to resurface, what I would say, in this first hour. What I also understand as I unpacked, our time together is that, we have new members of the team. We have some of us that have been on the team before. We have some of us that have served on other kinds of commissions, right? Some of us have never served on the commission before. And so to say that we are diverse as a group is an understatement, right? But this is about how we come together as a collective voice as a board, and really understand that as a team, as you are forming, right, all of that diversity comes into the forming and storming as a group, right? What you feel about, the North Star statement or the audacious goal that's before you could be very different from Chairperson Rizzo, right? And so hearing about those differences and unearthing, right, what you all are collectively thinking is how you're going to muster up to charge a way forward together. And so that's really what I would say is our collective umbrella goal of today. Really is about how we come together to move as one voice, as a commission, recognizing that Chairperson Major, right, joined this commission potentially for a different reason, right, than Chairperson Velasco, right, who just came today, was sweared in today. Okay, all right, so let me just jump ahead and think about some of our objectives today. And I'm going to give you just a 30-second snapshot to just take a look at this and read this on your own for one moment. Okay, I'm having you to just think about these momentarily, just individually on your own, because we're going to come back to these at the end of the day, because it's going to help us to figure out how we want to move forward as a group, and just thinking about our next steps. So as we are engaging in this space.
So Jen, I'm sorry, would you mind going back to that one? Because I think it is helpful to see if everyone, just do a temperature check. How does everyone feel about this? Does it resonate? It seems like a lot to me, and how to uplift, like, I would really, really like to do this. I do think I'm the one who has asked for this for a while, because I really wanted to level set. And to be honest, I feel like the roles, responsibilities, and expectations are maybe in different levels, different ways. So for me, the third bullet, exploring our roles, responsibilities, and expectations, is really one of the main, outcomes I'd like to see today, not the final thing. But even within that, when you say that, when that's stated, our individual roles, I am the chair. I'm going to own that chairpersonship. I've seen how others chair. I don't necessarily want to show up in that exact way, but I do want to know what is my role as a chair, and I want it to be
Love that, thank you.
And then what each one of us as commissioners, what is our role? And then what is our responsibility and our expectations? But I want to open it up, yeah, and if that's okay, I'm
No,
sorry.
absolutely.
You sound like you're.
I said in the beginning,
Yeah.
please,
You
yeah.
have to tell me, I will definitely
No,
speak.
I appreciate that. Just so that you all know, our second hour, our second hour will be spent almost solely on that. We're gonna unpack that with that too.
Great,
So
but I want to hear everyone else,
I think-
yes. Jamie, thank you.
But I'm so glad you spoke up, because I agree, this seems like a lengthy list, and for me, the third bullet, which you pointed out, I think is critically important, and for me, it's more than exploring. I would edit it to say clarify, right, like to make explicit our roles in all the ways that you just outlined. Right, like some of the other stuff, I think will get us, right, the team building, that like, but like really, for me, I agree with you.
Any other reactions from the commissioners? Is there anything else that's weighing on you? Like, I really think we need to make sure we're doing it. And let's just say, we're not gonna figure it all out in an hour either, right? But we're needing it so that we can say this is something that we're friends with. Okay, great.
thank you. And the experience that we just had, if you have a question, you want to stop me. We are in a formal board meeting setting, but as I stated earlier, we're already family. So just think of me as a distant cousin and you can share anything or ask anything. Okay. All right, so to encourage us, to really dig in as deep as possible with that list we just had before us, really recognizing Chairperson Perez's sentiments around, like, it's a lot, right? Trying to unpack the things that we need to unpack in 4 what I would call short sessions, right? And so however we need to pivot as a team, that's exactly what we're going to do today, right? If we get to half of our list today, then we're gonna save the other half for next time. And that's okay, right? We're gonna move how we need to move, but to be able to do that, we have to really set some intentions in our space and have an opportunity to reflect on what you individually need in the space to make that happen, right? To help us to go deep into that list. It doesn't mean we have to get through the list, but it means we need to go deep into the list. And so I think a couple of things that I would share as we dig into this opportunity to move from safe space to brave space is think about what you need to be present and to go deep, right? And I want you to also think about what you will do to make that happen. What do you need and what will you do? Okay, now let me share some offerings for the space. And our opportunity is, like we're in this closed setting, right? The way that we're just sitting provides an opportunity for us to move from safe space to brave space. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Safety connotates comfortability, right? There's comfort in that. What I want to push us towards today is for this team to step into brave space. With brave space, there's murky lands around uncomfortability. Because when you have a little bit of discomfort, there's an opportunity for growth. And that's where we need to live today. That's where we need to be today. And so as I offer you this list, right, this idea about staying engaged, we're all working professionals, right? We know how to do that. But this idea about experiencing growth, I want you to think of it around the realms of experiencing discomfort. I want you to think of them synonymously, right? And then, speaking your truth, I don't think we're going to have any trouble with that with this group, just having known you all for the time that I have. And then recognizing, as both of our leaders have shared earlier, right? We may not accomplish it all in one day, and expecting and accepting non-closure, because there's still work for us to get after. Okay, so thinking about these 4 agreements, right, that we clearly listed from Glenn Singleton, and one of my faves, Dr. Tyrone Howard down in UCLA, talks about this idea of moving from safe to brave. You know, what do you need to be present, to help us to go deep, and how will you make that happen? If you need to jot a couple notes to yourselves, please do so. I'm gonna give about 15 more seconds think time. Anybody have any reflections or offerings or anything they feel like needs to be stated to the group in this moment? Okay,
Can I add?
yes,
Speak it, we'll all speak our truth, but the question then becomes without judgment. Right, the safety for me is folks are gonna speak truth. You may not agree, or you may lightly agree, but it's okay to actually say, you know, I want to respect your opinion. Thank you, right? That's it.
I have an add-on to that, because it was, I had judgment free. But we're in a unique situation, right? The world is watching us. As we're grappling through really challenging things. And I'm just gonna say, there are times where I don't say what I really think, because it'll be held against this group through our thinking process. And so I would say that we need, since we are in this situation, right, a government entity that's open, that the audience also, there is a level of trust that we are trying to grapple through these things to make really good decisions for the children of California. And because, most people aren't sitting in our seats, to also extend that level of understanding, appreciation, and maturity as we are, if we're gonna go deep, we're gonna say some things that everybody may not agree with as we're trying to move through this.
If I can just add a comment, I mean, I think we need to all recognize that this is a safe space. But I think when, in my own role, operating in a government setting at the local level, I think many times we're afraid to speak up and call things out and really to create true system transformations. Like we have to be brave and bold in our statements and in our actions, because that's the only way we're going to change systems. It's almost like we're confined by the systems we work and live in and are afraid to push against them. So I think it's time to be brave and bold. But I feel very much like we need to create that safe space, and I feel safe in this space to be able to express that.
thank you for lifting that, the feeling safe to be brave, right, is incredible. It indicates like where you're moving as a team, and what we mentioned, right, about the systems, right, how you move as one unit to actually be able to see the water, right, to be able to impact that environment is literally what you're after. And I'm just gonna put a pin on it. I really appreciate that. Anyone else? I think I won't put a pin on it. I think the last thing I'll share is that when you all may or may not know this story about the elephant and the blind people, right? And all I'll just say is that everybody thinks they know, right, what they're touching, right? And they're describing the elephant by what they're touching because it's their experiences. It's what they're bringing into the touching of the elephant. So the person that's touching the ear thinks it's a fan. The person that's touching the leg thinks it's a tree trunk. And the person that's touching the tail thinks it's a rope, and so forth and so on, right? And so I want you to think about that Like, you all are the people touching the elephant. Right? And what you all are seeing and experiencing from the elephant may be different. It's like, none of you are right and none of you are wrong. Right? I want you to think it like, it's not about right or wrong. It's about how you build shared understanding so that you all have the illumination of actually seeing the elephant, of actually seeing the water. Does that make sense? Okay, so thank you for setting that intention. Let's jump in. I want you to think about, what I shared earlier in thinking about, recentering around the why, okay? Like, what is your why? Trying to unpack what is our collective why. That leads us to understanding like what we actually believe, right? As individuals, what we believe as a group, what we believe is synonymous with what we value. Because all of that can help to guide our collective why. When we take what you believe, what you value, right, with your purpose statements, right, your goals, the statutes that you are bound by, all of that helps you to figure out like how you're going to move forward as a team, right? Like unearthing those guiding documents together and having those discussions. I saw some of that online, by the way, as you were, I wouldn't watch some of your meetings, right? As you were talking about, your North Star statements and your audacious goal. And what I recognized right away, oh, that was a different council.
Yeah.
Oh, there's different people, right? There's different people in the space. So what do we do about that? Right? Because when that statement was made, when that goal was made, I know who was in the room and who wasn't at the time. And I remember the voices of those that were. Right? And so figuring out how you move forward is really unpacking what's the foundation in all of that. The foundation and where you are today is about what you actually believe and value, right? Is about what like drives your why. And so that is where we're going to start today. Any questions? Okay. All right, so as I'm going to show you a quick video, and then I'm going to ask you to do a quick write that you will share with a couple of different partners. Okay, so just know that when I ask you to do the quick write, you're going to share it with a couple of different partners. I'm looking at my partner on the side because he helped me with this tech.
Should work.
And it should work. Okay, we're going to test our volume first, though, to see where we are in the space.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful. If you know, like for instance, people know that I do comedy, but that's what I do. My why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. So I can do comedy, I can write books, I can be in a movie, because all of it is motivated by my why. In fact, I have a new web series out called Michael Jr. Break Time. We probably just did the 6th episode. It's on YouTube. So every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode on YouTube of Michael Jr. Break Time. What it is it's me. I travel around the country and I do stand-up comedy, in case you didn't know. And in the middle of my comedy set sometime, I'll stop and just talk to my audience. And we've been filming this, and it's pretty cool. So we're in Winston-Salem. I'm gonna show you a clip from Winston-Salem. And I'm just talking to this guy in the audience, and he tells me that he's a musical instructor at a school. So I was like, all right, you're a musical instructor, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So this is what happened at the last episode of Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Check it. So you're a musical director? Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing, you know what I'm saying? All right, all right. Now, what you give me the version is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. But now, right now I'm found, was blind, but now I see.
Okay, here's what I want you to catch. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking towards or in your purpose.
Okay. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you are walking in your purpose. Say that again. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking in your purpose. So here's what I want you to do. I love when he says, here's what I want you to catch. I've used that video so many times in so many different spaces and facilitation. Because I think that really drives the point home, right? And thinking about that experience. The first time he was just singing because he's a music instructor, right? The second time he's thinking about like why he actually, right, sings, why he actually probably loves to sing, right? So I want you to reflect on your journey and your personal why. Remember I said you are gonna share it, right, with a colleague or two in this space. I want you to think about it as if you would share it with a family member, right, that we serve in this state. Because you aren't charged to intend to improve the lives of young people in California, right? You are charged to actually have impact. So the decisions that you make, right, that are set before this commission, they are critical to the lives. We heard, right, what was shared earlier about the racial inequities that we see. We see it persist in education. We see the disaggregation and the disparities in healthcare, and I can go on. I want you to think about your why. I want you to be able to share this. It says 2 minutes there. If it can be like 90 seconds, I want you to push for that. But 2 minutes is okay in terms of the sharing. I'm gonna give you a 3-minute quick write. Okay, 3 minutes.
I already have somebody to write on the committees that.
All good, thank you.
Anybody need any? Or you wanna go?
Thank you.
Let's take 30 more seconds. Put your hand in the air if you need more than that. Okay, let's bring it back together, whole group. We are going to use the space that we have in this room very wisely. And I'm gonna ask you to stand up in your space. Take your document with you. Just hold your hand up. So this is called stand up, pair up. Okay, and you're just gonna share with the partner of the hand that you notice first. Okay, you raise your hand. It's okay, I'm gonna participate. Okay, everybody, hand up and pair up.
Like,
So it's like anytime. Oh, yeah. How much do you think?
getting it Tuesday.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So really, anytime. But you never.
Are you going?
Nick 29 things. I will definitely, I mean, just. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. So what's your one?
Mine is separated black and brown child, and every child with a different home and a different office. And know that they can grow up to be in a good family.
Well, okay, so I don't, maybe I didn't do it right. So I wrote like my personal one. Okay, so I said, I'm the proud daughter of Mexican immigrant. I grew up in a working class household and my parents worked really hard Monday through Sunday. Never owned a home, never had a 401k, and health insurance was rare. Love, culture, and a deeply rooted sense of family and community were vividly apparent every day. And the possibility of a child is the responsibility of all. And my why is to ensure that every child in their family are given the resources and opportunities they need to thrive, celebrate, treasure, and uplift the incredible wisdom, power, and capacity that comes with the love of their country.
I love that.
I love your belong.
I think that
So much.
they don't feel like they belong.
Right. I think that carries over into it. That's imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is not believing in those. Like
And his mental health issues as a result. And he got all kinds of other problems.
Yeah. Say, I have a question for you. Let me back. All good stuff. About all of this, with this whole thing on leaving.
Goodbye.
I'm like, men's retreats, I can blow some shit up and then later. But we're getting, it's like bring Packers gonna be in. What do you want? Because obviously government, so that can be seen should be Right, like.
So.
Yeah.
Hands up again. Hand up. Okay, find a new partner.
Oh.
Found out, I found you. Now I feel like.
Okay, start getting 2 minutes.
I go to my house differently. This conversation too, so like I got it about 2 weeks ago, and the number of times I've watched. It's so comfortable. Sorry. So like that. I am. Oh. I'm being only. Not by any person, but.
Oh, we're already. Well.
Same here. Yeah, secrets out there. But I, you know, I
And so I just.
25 seconds.
But not. And when I changed.
Okay, let's bring it back together, the whole group. Sorry. In 5, 4, 3, 2, thank your partner. Okay, let's make our way back to our stage. Thank you for having those conversations. Thank you for sharing your dialogue. Thank you for sharing your why. You had a few biographies. I know, that's fine. I think the first question I want to ask you all is, as you were sharing your whys with one another, right? You had the opportunity to share with a couple of different teammates. Just by nodding or slipping your hand in the air, did you hear things that resonated with you that also may have been similar to your own story? Yeah, so I'm seeing some cheerleading hands and some nods. I can't even tell you like how many times I've done this activity with groups, and the nods and the cheerleading it's inevitable, right? Especially with the work that you all are charged with as a collective group, you should have some similarities, right? And you should hear things that resonate with you. It doesn't mean that your stories have to be the same. It doesn't mean that you come into the work, right, in the same way, but there should be some similarities, because that is what actually is the foundation of your collective why. And so what we want to do in this next piece is unearth a little bit of what that actually is, okay? So this part is going to be a little bit clunky because of our setup, but I'm going to take this whiteboard and I'm going to put it on that table behind Chairperson Perez, and we're going to just have a little bit of dialogue and unearth a little bit of what that is, okay? The first thing I want to do is I want to offer you the opportunity to jot down some notes. What did you hear? What did you hear that resonated with you? What did you hear that has similarities, you know, to your own story, to your own challenges, to your own path, to your own journey, right? What are some of those similarities that you would be able to share out with the whole group? Okay, let's just take 90 seconds, 2 minutes, and let's jot down some of those ideas while I fix the clunkiness. Oh, not clunky at all. Really. Maybe about 15 more seconds. Okay, you're welcome to use a swivel head or stand if you want, whatever makes you feel comfortable. To see this space as I transition to the back of some of you and to the side of others with you. Right now, you're just gonna be sharing out, right, like popcorn style. Anything that resonated with you once again, or anything you heard that was similar, right, that could connotate or denote what makes our collective why. Okay, so who wants to take a stab at going first?
One thing that really resonated with me, are we saying, we're not saying who said what?
Nope.
Was the power of belonging and ensuring that our children have a sense of belonging. And how that connects to so many things, from mental health, to imposter syndrome, to the health and
Thank you. Power of belonging.
references to our own family and our own, what our wants are, and the same as our wants are all.
I'd also say connected to the belonging and just how much othering is happening and the impact it's having on our collective psyche and on our children. And so another one for mental health. What? Okay.
If I draft something that's different than what you feel like you expressed, please just stop me or correct me.
And I would add, and I'll hope I phrase it right, unapologetic intentionality for equity, which might not be all.
Yeah, I'll check it when you say which might not be for all.
Right.
Be a friendship.
Sometimes when you focus on all, you lose sight on the subject, which is black and white. You need me to explain further?
No, that actually had an impact on me right now, so I don't know if to name it. It's what I'm struggling with. I want to focus on Black and brown children, but I don't want to forget the all. It weighs on me, because I feel that goes back to that othering. I think I'm more of a targeted universalist where I want all children. It's not fair that poor white kids in the rural areas are suffering, just like it's not fair. And that's what I'm struggling with. And so
Yeah, and
I triggered in me to get the
Can I, you go, you go.
And then you do, because I was
Okay.
thinking with what you brought, but so I didn't want to say it wrong. But if it's okay, I agree. And I also am a realist. And when I feel like you have a place and a position to create transformation and systems change, you have to scale down to, and when I said black and brown, I was paraphrasing, but I really think it's anyone who is marginalized. And that doesn't just mean, right? But it is this idea of all. And I'll just be honest, it kind of triggered me because, you know, there was a time when we were struggling with African Americans and we coined something called Black Lives Matter. And it was we were immediately assaulted with All Lives Matter. It was never about all lives not mattering. It was about Black people are being murdered. And because we don't know that we matter, we said that we matter to give the world some focus and intentionality on what we are experiencing, but it was not to negate all lives matter. So, but I don't know that I paraphrased you right, but that's how I felt about it in that moment.
And I want to lift in the moment. I just appreciate this exchange like so much because first of all, it's modeling like speaking the truth, right? It's modeling discomfort, right? Which we said kind of takes with growth and embrace, right? All of that. And it is the dialogue that you have to have as a team in order to see the water, you know, right?
And that's why about my plane.
Yeah, you have to know like who's standing right with you in the trenches. And I think the speaking your truth helps with that. And I think unearthing, right, like in this moment, like trying to really understand what we're saying is our collective why, right? What I want to encourage us to do, though, as we are sharing, is that when someone is sharing like what they heard, you know, the other person say, like as they were in the pairs, right, that like that was an appropriate, like good modeling of like what this conversation could be. What I don't want is about like, it's not about the disagreement, right? It is just about the sharing. So thank you both for modeling that so much. Please.
When I was thinking to say, oh, go ahead, sorry. I can't mark those.
Oh, sorry, I was just making a lot of something, but on Jackie's point, and I think when we think about the for all, I think it certainly is important, but I think that we lose the sight on equity in a much more intentional way, because in that instance, we're talking about equality and not equity. And I think to us, too often those two terms are intertwined or created equal, and they're not. And so the reality is my white child is in a situation where he does not need the resources that his Black counterpart needs, or my Black goddaughter, who is in a situation where her hair is creating situations for her at school. There's a difference between those two kids, right? And so I think our intentionality around equity around Black and brown kids, or kids with invisible or visible disabilities, it means that we're giving them more resources than their white counterparts, because they are in a situation where the systems have failed them and their families and the families before them, because they're in a situation where no matter what, Lucas is going to be in a different place because of Lucas's skin color and who his parents are. But Arya is in a different place because she's a Black little girl who has braids and has comes from a family where people weren't giving her the chance of belonging, right? And so I think as we think about our work, I think we need to be intentional about equity. And that means it's uncomfortable, but it means that sometimes you have to give our Black and brown kids more in order for them to be able to succeed, because there is so much that is pushing against them, whereas Lucas, there isn't much that's pushing against Lucas compared to Arya and that Black kid in his classroom. So that's what I was trying to relate to Jackie, and somebody who works for a statement who's focused on providing programs for everybody. I struggle with this all the time. But I think if I'm serious about equity, then I have to say, like, then we've got to really think about what resources we're providing to these Black kids. And I think, to me, the COVID experience has been the most jarring in this instance. That's why we did some of those things, creating access in those neighborhoods more than the white neighborhood, because that white neighborhood had better access to begin with than that Black zip code that didn't have it. So I hope that unpacks a little bit of like where my head is with regards to that equity versus equality.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask Jamie if you could pass around or just place at the tables and post-its. We're gonna create a parking lot over here. And then bike rack, parking lot. Anybody else have another term?
Language matters, so to me, yeah. Like,
Anybody? Say it again.
garden of ideas.
What's the other one? Bike rack. I heard something about. Full-time. Did I hear?
I'm just saying, multimodal.
Okay, thank you for that. So if you have questions, we want to explore something additional, I want to remind us what our task is. Our task is to share what we heard from our other partners as we shared, because we're building and really trying to resurface our collective why in this moment together. If we want to go back to this very much needed
Yeah, we
conversation,
need to have this conversation.
please put a
We
comment.
need to have this conversation today, I would say. Garden of ideas.
Garden of ideas.
It's a- love that.
Please put a post-it. We're not drawing on it. We're gonna put a post-it. Yeah. Okay.
I'll just add, I mean, I think for
Wanna
the,
add something you heard?
yeah, I mean, just kind of totally different upbringings, yet the why is the same in terms of assuring that our BIPOC, and I will call it, because race does matter, but even when you peel away income, race matters. That our kids need to have the same opportunities in their own neighborhood to achieve their fullest potential. And it goes back to that these communities have been disinvested in for so long. It could mean that you have to invest zero here to help this community lift up because they haven't been invested in.
So I've heard, and I feel like there's consensus around what was just shared, and I think the thing I'm struggling with, and I'm sometimes very literal, is what versus why. Because it feels to me that there's consensus around what we need to do, which is.
Can you put that in the garden of ideas for me? You need clarity on what versus why. That's what I heard. But what did you hear from your partner?
All the things that have been shared.
Okay. Anything additional?
Well, I would say, this sure, why is it? Why? Because we all know what kids need to be happy, healthy, and thrive.
Another thing that I heard is a focus on system change. So I think that's something that resonated with me.
A need for systems.
Change.
What also resonated for me is that our children, probably brown children, do have opportunities, but others who may just see them will think certain things about them. So once again, that other. And how do we help bridge connection? It is about Black and brown kids, and it's about seeing the humanity in all. For all of us.
What else did you hear in those stories that were shared with you? Anything else that resonated with you?
kids are struggling. Mental health is real. And we don't talk about it until it gets really bad and someone kills themselves.
There has to be some other things.
I also heard, kids are uniquely dependent on the adults in their lives. And when the adults are coming in with preconceived notions and racist perspectives, it has impact on children, regardless of the level of resources that they have. So if we're thinking about robbing Black, brown boys of their innocence because of what they look like starting at 12 years old, which is roughly much. That has nothing to do with that little kid. It has to do with the adults in their life. And so grappling with anti-Blackness is real. That will have implications for all kids of color.
I want to, I want to ask a question about something that was shared on the space so that I can understand as a facilitator. I'm not gonna put it there. Yeah. Let me see if I can do it. Right. I don't remember who shared this, but there was a statement made that said, we all know what kids need. Right. And I want to unpack this as a group because I want you to be able to. I think this is an important piece in terms of figuring out your way forward. And I'm going to repeat the phrase again. We all know what kids need. And what I want you to think about, because that's what somebody said, somebody shared with them, right? Like, we all know what kids need. How do you know? I want you to answer me, but I want you to think about this. How do you know what kids need? How do you think you know what kids need? Just think about it for a moment. Because a lot of what you shared here, right, like what is like what I'm all fired up about this group about is that what I see in this list is that your why is rooted and grounded in equity, because I heard it in the space. Like that's what I can lift from this list. Another thing is that I see kids at the center. Right? And so I want to do two things. I want you to remember what I just asked, right? Like, how do you know what kids need? Because we're going to go back to that. I don't think I'm going to, we're going to get an opportunity to unpack this as a group in a second, but I want to make sure that as we were talking about what I call like the equity versus equality debate, because even us equity warriors, right, get in this journey and in this fight and we're like, wait, right? Like, I told you all that I want, to see like this, the work for me is about ensuring that all of our nation's youth have what they need to be successful. And I'll just share like how I go about this work. What I know to be true and believe, right, without any shadow of a doubt, is that they all don't. Like, the reality is they don't all have what they need. And those that are marginalized have less than that, even less, right? And so the reason why I'm harping on that is because I'm going to charge you at the end to really think about that as a team and how you build plans through that lens. That is going to be a part of our team commitment and the work and how we move forward. And that may sound a little cryptic, but I promise you, you'll have full illumination before we meet here today. Right? So just remembering how you know what you think you know about what kids need. And let's go back to that. I want to take one more crack at this. What did you hear that resonated with you? What did you hear that was similar to your why? That's the first part. The second part is, what do you want to be true, right? From the others in the group. Like, what do you want? Like, how do you want there to be similarities with your why? So you're gonna take an opportunity to reflect and say, like, I forgot to mention this, but also, like, I think our collective why needs to be about this. Like, you get the opportunity to say that about yourself now too. Make sense? So first, anything else resonating that resonated with you from the partners that you heard from? One last call for that.
That we are all committed to this work.
Okay.
And I'm moved by the service. We're doing this without monetary, and that's fine, at least I won't speak for others, but I get a sense of how much we're bringing our realness, our passion, our compassion. And it was sweet, like Jackie's asking, are you okay? Like, I'm a Chiona, so I, and that's fine with me. I mean, I cry, so I'm cheesy and a Chiona, and I embrace both of those very much so, but I'm so glad we're having this conversation, because I feel like for months, I was like, I don't know what we're supposed to be focusing on, because it's just drips and drops, and I don't see this big thing, I'm struggling, but I know that at least we're starting to talk about it more, so, and I see everyone wanting to come together, and it's a little uncomfortable, but it feels like we're gonna come together in some way.
Okay, what is about your own story, your own why, that you want to see show up? Right? That's important for you enough to lift in this moment. It's important to you to lift in this moment. Because this is going to guide how this group moves. What's not on this list that you think should be? Yeah, I hate to cover up the names, but we're going to do so momentarily.
Oh, I'm not sure if it's good, so you can stop me. Okay.
I'm not gonna stop
But
you.
I just feel the need, like, to say impact. Well, you guys, I'm sorry, it's pretty drama right here. No, we can't do it. We can't do it all. It's like we have to drive public will. Like, we have to be a catalyst. Like, I don't know if that fits, but I'm just feeling like, 'cause I think sometimes, if you get God syndrome, like, we're gonna fix the world right here, no, but we could do things that elevate.
You were speaking my language, sister. When I became a superintendent, I said, we're gonna be on the front page of Ed Week magazine. Because we're gonna close this opportunity gap. And, right? And story for another day. Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what Jackie shared, this ability to amplify and magnify a message of one of our whys, I think, is because we have this megaphone, right? We don't have all the resources, but we have access to lots of folks and systems that do.
Making sure your why is represented, that's what we're doing.
Piggybacking on what you said, I mean, I've done a lot of reading to just get to know the agency, and I think that marketing and messaging is a part of what we do well, and kind of helping people get to this equality versus equity. Sometimes it's in the way we message things, because people grapple with, like, that's not fair. We need everything equal, so if we, we're very intentional in the way we deliver information, maybe we can help people get there, so we can buy in.
So are you saying that's a part of your why? The reason why you do this work is so that you can make sure we're messaging it correctly, or is that an action you want to take?
No, I think that.
Okay,
I think to that point too, and when
so no actions, what's your why?
And my why is, Mark looked it up a little bit because I had been in a very much California for all, that was embedded in me for a long time. So maybe that's where, and, yeah, and then the California for all is sort of in me. And that's where and it is about a focus. But the all is still just resonates with me, and I think because I had spent a long time reading about John A. Powell's work, and the othering and the belonging is what I'm struggling with. Because I'm sensing and I'm hearing an us versus them, and then now I'm talking more about person, I'll just name it, like in the first 5 association meeting, like there is, and when I'm hearing folks say, like, I don't want others to see that we're othering them. And so now I'm jumping from our vision to how we're showing up. I'm concerned that if folks think that the first 5 state commission is stemming or saying we're not part of the same team, there's that us them happening. And so I'm getting really triggered when every time I'm sort of, we're all in this together and we need to focus here. I get that, but I guess I'm really like, I'm just having a lot of feelings about, I don't want anyone to not see themselves.
Let me
That's part of
refocus us though. What I want to hear in this moment, why are you in this work?
Because
Why are you in this?
I want it to be about, I want everyone to understand all of it, and you need to focus on.
Did I get that right? California for all, you focus.
Thank you.
Okay, got it. Why? Anything about what we collectively said is not showing up, right, as much as you'd like it to, like, this is the last call.
I'll say that.
Anything else that's needed?
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of thinking about this recognition that because many or some kids are thriving and many are not, that we need to focus, right? Create this recognition that there are a whole bunch of kids that are doing just fine, right? And maybe don't need our help, so to get at what you were sharing. But I don't know if that resonates with anybody else.
I'm struggling because what I'm reading is that the majority of kids are not doing fine. The majority of kids, and those are Black and brown kids, but there's a majority of all kids, there's something going on. And it's real. And so that's more the existential to me, that something is going on.
Jamie, you want to help me put that up on the board? And then we're going to start a new sheet, and I'm going to share with you how we're going to proceed into this next part. What I can't do is keep walking back over here and just do that. So let me. Okay. Let me just share 2 things that I wanted to think about as we jump into this next piece of really trying to stand our why, right? You are given a piece of the why by joining this commission, being appointed to this commission, right? In your charge, there's a part of the why just in your charge, right, as a commission. And you also bring to it your personal journey, your identity, right? All of that is how you show up in the work, right? And so all of that is important as we're trying to think about really identifying that as a collective team and unpacking what you value and what you believe as a team. All right, and to be able to do that, I want to share with you two things that are of critical importance to saving water. The first, I believe that what I heard from you all is that what that first statement is about, like why we do this work. We want to improve the outcomes for every single child and every single family. I don't think I heard like anything different in that, you know, on this space, in this space and up on the board. And what I'll tell you that I know to be true, having served in this capacity for a very long time, is that like how we're going to actually improve the outcomes for our youth, our babies, for our families, is that we got to get better. We got to get better at what we have to improve the hows of what we do. And I'll tell you that, like the what behind that, what that is, you have to start with mindset first. It's mindset before process. And so as we're thinking about this reset, right, I want you to remember this visual. Right, for as long as I'm able to be a partner with you in this work, I want you to remember this visual. Because this idea of starting with mindset first is this, like you're going to see this triangle over and over again, but represented in different ways. And here's what I want you to catch. This idea of mindset before process is really how we apply systems thinking. This is how we see the water. It's literally like 4 words. Hard as all get out. And I'm going to explain it in a couple of sentences, right? Like how we actually see the water. This idea of like bending the arc of our mindsets, because that will affect like what you think about things, what you value, things that you think about, things that you value, what you believe, affect your behaviors. Your behaviors are all wrapped in your practices, the policies, the actions that you take, the resources that you tap in and allocate. Your mindset drives how you do that. So whether or not you believe all, right? Whether or not you believe in equality or equity will affect how you show up at the dais. It's going to affect how you vote. It's going to affect who you tap for resources. It's going to affect how you show up essentially for our families and for our babies. And so how you show up for our families and behaviors, policies, the practices, the structures that you employ drives the results that we get. Everything that you decide on, how you engage with one another, the actions that you take, will decide what kind of results you have, will decide what kind of impact you actually have. And so what I want you to think about, bending the arc of our mindsets drives our behavior, structures, policies, practices. That is what can drive different results. And I know from what you just described to me that we have to drive different results, because what I heard over and over again is that not all are successful. Not all have what they need. So that signals to me that we do need change. But your why, your beliefs are rooted in the foundation of that. Your why and your beliefs are rooted in the foundation of that. So let's think about our friend Simon Sinek. Right? He says, start with why. Like that's what he preaches about. It's the purpose. It's how we figure out what our North Star is. We start with why before we jump into the process. We start with why before we start talking about our practices and our actions. We start with why, right? Before we try to figure out what are we gonna do with these statutes? Because that is absolutely gonna determine our what. That is absolutely gonna determine our outcome. And I know what I know to be true about this society that we live in is that every system is already perfectly designed to produce the results that it gets. So the disproportionality, we can disaggregate any data in any school district, in any city, right, related to healthcare, and guess what we're gonna get? Like 9 times out of 10 across this country. You already know, I don't have to preach it. We're gonna see the same data sets. Now, will we have a couple of outliers? Yes, because y'all got there are a few Sandra Lowry's on the team, right? And there are a few Myras, right? There are a few Elsas on the team that can push, right, the system differently. And we can create some outlier situations. I think of myself as a pressure cooker. Right, that's what I am. I'm a disruptor of system. I know that about myself, like I know it till the cows come back home. Right, I push the system just enough to where it sort of like needs to like release like little bits of steam before it actually like blows up. Right, that systems change work. This team is on a path, right, to being this collective pressure cooker. And so I think the first recognition is understanding that what you're after, like you have to identify the system. You got to actually see the water first and recognize that, oh, it's intentional. The reason why I was the first person born in a hospital in my family, that was intentional. My mother, her siblings, my grandparents, their siblings, all from the same town. All born in the same place. Right? I was the only person born somewhere else, 20 miles away in an actual hospital. They were all born in a bed or a shed or some makeshift outdoor structure. They didn't have access to health care. They just didn't. They didn't have access to health care. But by the time I came along, you know, there was some new law. Right? When we think about the history of this country and all the implications that follow, I just want you to think about how many years this country underwent slavery. Like 200 and something years. And then we get to the segregation era, right? That lasted for, you know, 50 or so years, a small chunk of time. And then we get to the 2000s. Like, just think about it. It wasn't that long ago. All of those remnants. So when you talked about, you know, like the racial inequalities, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why I was the only person born in a hospital, or I should say the first person born in a hospital. Right? So recognizing this idea of our collective why is so critical. Because otherwise, we're going to keep having misunderstandings about what you value and what you believe and like why you voted that way and why you're not my ally and why we can't move the work. Then it becomes about you and the people and not actually seeing the water. So I'm trying to get us to this collective understanding so that you can move it out of the way and actually have that as a foundation to be able to see the water. So I want you to look at these two posters, right? And let's identify let's identify what we actually see. What is it we see on these charts? Like, how are we gonna characterize, summarize what we're actually seeing here? Right? And I want you to take 2 minutes on your own and look at both of these charts. And I want you to create a statement, right? About how you would characterize our collective why based on what you see, based on what you have shared as a team. Okay, you're going to take 2 minutes. Okay. Then you put it together. I'll put this one down and then remove a little piece of the barrier. Thanks, Jamie. Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, okay? And your time starts now. How would you characterize and describe our collective why based on this? Okay. You're not gonna get anything wrong. If you think you left something out, I promise you, your teammate's gonna catch it to start drafting. Forgive my handwriting. It's been a long time since I've been in the classroom. And it goes by fast, you have a minute and like 15 seconds left. Fifteen more seconds. kind of model something in this space. And this is how I believe we learn, right? We learn alone, we learn together, and we learn across difference. And so I want you to be mindful as we engage in this next piece. We learn alone, together, and across difference. Those are all the different ways that we can learn, right? And what I know to be true, having studied this research, is that in our country, the United States, it is all about individualism. But most of the parts of the rest of the world is about collectivism. Collectivism says, like, this is what is best for the whole group, right? And this is what I'm gonna commit to. And we know what we say here in this country, right? Me, I, like the whole, like circumstance around capitalism, very different. And what I recognize in this space is that a huge part, and the majority of this group, from collectivist cultures. People of color are from collectivist cultures. Right? And recognizing that that is what goes into the inputs is important when you think about the fact that we have to, as a group, collective team, right, look at our inputs, our outputs in order to get to our outcomes. Like, that's what you're doing as you're really trying to figure out the water. You're saying, like, this is what's going into this. This is what this is all about, right? And this is like how we're going to do it. These are the actions, those are the outputs. And the outcomes are like the results. It's just like the pyramid, right? So what's an important part of the pyramid is the mindset and recognizing that the structure that we have here in our country, even how we construct and create boards, right? It's built and constructed like that's very like not like a collectivist culture. Right. So I just want us to keep that in mind as we go to share this next piece. Because what I want you to recognize is that what you actually wrote on that paper is what drives you. I know I asked you to look at these things, but I already know, having done this exercise a lot of times, I already know what you all wrote on that paper. It's what you value, it's what you believe. And how we put that together collectively so that we can all represent one voice is gonna set a fire to this group like you wouldn't believe. Okay, and so here's how we're gonna share. We're gonna do two things. One, I think I'm gonna pivot because I do want to make sure that I give you a break before we start the lunch. And so maybe the lunch is here. The lunch is here. Maybe what we do is before we do, because we're gonna share this probably a little differently than you have experienced before. So what I'm gonna do is I want to give you a few moments to use the restroom, grab your lunch, get situated, however, whatever you need to do to take care of yourselves. I want you to meet me back here at 12:35. 7 minutes. Okay. 12:35. Come on, working people.
And in my culture, 12:35 means, is there any?
5. 35. portion of our time together, and we are finishing out, our why values piece, to take us into our roles and responsibilities. Time on the agenda. So before we took a break, or we pivoted, to grab our yummy lunch, you all had written down your why. And you did it so in a statement that you could share with me. And so I am going to have you to share your statements out loud. And I'm gonna take notes on what I'm hearing. Okay? After you share, you're just gonna call on another teammate, to share as well. Anybody have any questions about the structure, about how we're gonna engage in this next piece? Don't feel like you have to stop eating. Don't feel like you have to stop taking care of yourself. Just remember our agreements around staying engaged and experiencing discomfort and speaking the truth and accepting non-closure. That's all we need in this moment. Keep eating, keep feeling comfortable and free and safe for yourself. I'm gonna ask for volunteers to kick us off. And as a reminder, after you share your statement with I will take notes on, you're gonna call in another teammate.
I'm happy to go first.
Thank you so much.
So what I wrote down is, all children have a sense of belonging, but our focus must be on the children who've been failed by our systems. We must lift them higher to give them an equal opportunity to thrive.
Marco, we must be reading each other's notes. Thanks. Or maybe because we're both in public health.
I'm gonna read it back to you. It's a little bit of review. Sure. All children have a sense of belonging, but our focus must be on those the system has failed in order to lift them higher. Anything of particular importance to you that I left out that you want to list? Okay. And sir?
Oh, I get to pick?
Yes.
Okay, I'll say yours.
Oh, gosh, wait, we're not gonna talk about. See, that's wild.
All right. I said, my statement is all children deserve an opportunity to thrive. Collectively, we need to recognize that greater investments need to be made to support our BIPOC children, families, and communities.
Can you repeat one more time, please?
All children deserve an opportunity to thrive. Collectively, we need to recognize that greater investments need to be made to support our BIPOC children, families, and communities.
And I'm gonna read it back to you, okay? All children deserve an opportunity to thrive. We need to make greater investments to support BIPOC children, families, and communities. Anything that I left out?
Like
that is
collectively,
to you?
I think as a group, as a body.
Yeah.
Y'all need to recognize that and be comfortable with that.
Perfect, thank you.
I'll talk to Lori.
Perfect. All right, Principal Rizzo.
I believe in the collective procurement of needs for all kids in California. I provide resources and services to meet those needs. We are first by the California and you are visible to me.
Had to be a Stockton grant. I'm gonna need you to read that 3 times. It was magnificent. Say it one more time for me.
I believe in the collective procurement of needs for all kids in California. I provide resources and services to meet those needs. We are first by the California and you are visible to me.
Well, then, no, I was on something, but I'm gonna take my back, shot at it. I believe in the collective procurement of needs for all, students in California. We provide needed resources and you are visible to me. Anything that particular importance to you that you want me to add that I did not list?
Shem. Our system, the water, is inhibiting the ability of BIPOC children across California to reach their full potential. Because our BIPOC communities know what children need to thrive, we have an obligation to be a catalyst for a transformed system that invests in the success of the children we've all too often underestimated and overlooked.
I don't tell you to say that again. Go right ahead.
I mean, it's the same as everybody else.
Oh, what are you saying again?
Okay.
Please, go quick.
Our system, the water, is inhibiting the ability of BIPOC children across California to reach their full potential. Because our BIPOC communities know what children need to thrive, we have an obligation to be a catalyst for a transformed system that invests in the success of the children we've all too often underestimated and overlooked.
Poor Jamie. Jamie didn't catch that. No, it's about the after effect. Saved by later. Okay. Our system, our water is inhibiting the ability of BIPOC children and their communities in order to reach their potential. We have the opportunity to be a catalyst, transform the system that invests in the children and their community that are often underinvested and overlooked. Is there anything that's
Underestimated and overlooked.
underestimated? I don't know why I heard underinvested, but that's good too. Okay. Underestimated. Love that. Gets to what we believe, right? About the assets that it brings, what we believe, right, about the government. Love that. Thank you. And you will pick which teammate?
You just have their mouth full of like to go.
Nope, you get to pick.
Wasn't on yet? Sure. Jackie, thank you.
Thank you. You asked who has their mouth empty and wants to go. I'm just gonna be really transparent. I don't wanna go, but I will.
Thank you.
And because I feel like we're a little bit at a crossroads and I feel like there's more discussion to be had.
Yeah.
So I didn't write it for concern of compromising what I believe. What I came to was children and families deserve an intentional commitment toward the improvement of their lives relative to their needs and our resources.
So we're on with it.
Children and families, I can remember, children and families deserve an intentional commitment towards the improvement of their lives relative to their needs and our resources.
For children and families, deserve an intentional commitment toward the improvement of their lives relative to their needs and our resources.
Our meeting for Southern California.
Yeah.
There's a limit to what we can do.
Please, first, overlap a little bit, okay. And you are picking the next candidate? Oh. You're correct.
So because I want to echo what Mayor just said about we're at a crossroads. And
You're correct, read your statement.
I was kind of struggling, no, because this is how there's a better statement. I want a +1, or absolutely, Jackie. Jackie's statement.
Oh, you wanted this +1, I'm so sorry. I thought you meant you were bad. Sorry, thank you.
But with the amendment that I would just want to name it, there's more about, well, the how, I just, the who. I heard BIPOC, I heard Black and Brown, and then I heard, kids most for me, that's the part. It's like, how do we,
Based on my statement, is there anything you want to add that I did not list? I'll read it one more time. Children and families deserve an intentional commitment towards the improvement of their lives relative to their needs and our California research.
internal lives as well as external.
And you are selecting.
And I really like Jackie's statement earlier. I was thinking along the lines of, Perez, that we are working towards California for all. And in order to do so, we need to strategically and intentionally invest resources and community development over those. I think too, there is something to be said that rural communities in general are often overlooked, and I could really use the struggles in Montana of families impacted by like families, for example, and those children are really as well.
Okay, it's one of the reasons why I asked you to read what you wrote. Right, because it's your commitment, right, that I want to, that I'm putting here on the board. So I'm going to try to share back what you just shared, because you were echoing, Chair. We're working towards California for all, and we need to intentionally invest in communities that have been overlooked. And
Hang on, we can be right. It's not- So I put to maximize first 5 California's unique role to support all children's well-being through supporting a sense of belonging, access to resources, and valuing cultural and community contributions for our most marginalized.
can you repeat one more time?
To maximize first 5's unique role to support all children's well-being through supporting a sense of belonging, access to resources, and valuing the cultural and community contributions of our most marginalized children.
And the last part, through supporting sense of belonging.
Through supporting a sense of belonging, access to resources, and valuing the cultural and community contributions of our most marginalized children.
Run that one.
I missed the last part, accessing the.
Access to resources and valuing the cultural and community contributions of our most marginalized.
What I heard. And let me know if there's anything you want me to illuminate or lift, right, that I didn't. To maximize,
All right, I would take out marginalized and just say Black and brown. Which are the most.
to maximize first 5, like our role to support all children's well-being, through supporting their sense of belonging, access to resources and valuing the cultural and community contributions of our most, of Black and Brown. Chair, were you gonna say anything additional before I move to this next piece? Okay. my bad. Okay. So what I want to add into this space is, as you think about, or you can't, I'm gonna take this down, but you can't see this board, right? Come on, baby. Sorry, Jill, this is the thing that I'm not looking for. And then I'm very. Okay, everything's supposed to be. Right, I've been waiting and you are taking the value to our role and expectation.
Very good.
I want you to look at the two middle ones that say our one. Look at the two middle ones, you know, the ones we just constructed together. This is your voice. You know, that you're seeing here. And what I recognize is that my handwriting is a little crappy and it's a little small and far. I imagine if I were sitting in that seat like far away, it would be difficult, right? So I'm gonna do voiceover, right? To help us with this next part. And it doesn't have to be perfect. So let's just be mindful of that. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to be highlighting some similarities, right, that we see in these statements that we can lift, that Jamie and I are gonna go back and construct, right, to send out to the group. Okay, does that make sense? Because to continue this, right, like we need more time, right? But we're gonna lift for the purposes of today, like using this to get to our roles, right, and responsibilities. Like this part is important for us to live. So I'm just gonna read through this one more time, right? And then I'm going to pull out some words that I think are of critical importance in your statements, and then I'm gonna ask you if I missed anything. Fair? Okay. All children have a sense of belonging, but we have to focus. Our focus must be on those the system has failed in order to lift them higher. All children deserve an opportunity to thrive, and collectively, we need to make greater investments in BIPOC children and families. The collective procurement of needs for all California children and families, we need to provide the resources, and we want to explain that you are visible to me. Our system, our water is inhibiting the ability of BIPOC children, you know, to reach the opportunities. We have to be a catalyst to transform the system that invests in the children that are often underestimated and overlooked. Children and families deserve an intentional commitment towards the improvement of their life. Oh, there's something about the life. Oh, internal and external lives relative to their needs and our resources.
But there's
California.
that's there. I don't want to add Jackie's voice without that, so I don't want to.
You don't want to add what?
Internal and external.
Oh, you don't want me to include internal and external?
That was my perspective. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I added it.
yeah, but yeah.
This is your statement, and this is also Jackie's statement.
It's the merge statement.
It's the merge statement. So tell me what I'm missing. What didn't I catch?
I don't feel comfortable adding to someone else's statement. If I want to, that's her statement, but I don't.
I thought you were plus one statement.
Yeah, but internal and external.
But you want to say external and external? You really don't want to say.
I do.
You do not. You want me to delete internal? I think I totally missed that. Can you tell me what you think I missed? I don't want to misrepresent it.
No, I believe that the chair plus one that statement, but then if you were to pick the chair plus one, it would be similar, but would add like a focus on the internal.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, what you say, the same statement, but the path.
Yeah, so I think what I was taking away was. Jackie's statement did not include this, but your statement includes this. If you would. If, like I save time by like not writing it
You're
over.
right, no, but I think, if you can cross that, because when you're going through all this, I basically, the belonging to me covers that.
Okay, so you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem, yeah, I wanna make sure we
I'm
get it
just
right.
trying to make it easier too, so you don't figure out how to include that.
Yeah.
Be belonging.
For sure. Jackie, you're good as well? Sure. Okay, and then the last two, working towards California for all, we need to be intentional to invest in the communities that are overlooked. And then the last one, to maximize our role as first five, to support, all children's well-being through supporting their sense of belonging, access to resources, and valuing the cultural and community contributions of Black and Brown. Anything else? Okay, all right, I'm going to lift what I see, that you lifted, right, as a group. Piece of our collective why is to ensure that all children have what they need. Sense of belonging, resources, voice. Additionally, we have to focus on Black and Brown children in their communities to provide necessary resources to ensure that they thrive and improve their lives and their communities. I'm going to say that one more time. And then what I want to hear is reactions, right? What I want to hear is any add-ons, anything you missed, anything you think I missed in the sharing, I want you to lift up. Okay, and the first thing I want you to do is I want you to write down what you think. Okay, because it is a way to help you process. And I'm going to say it one more time. All children have what they need. sense of belonging, resources, voice, like what they need means all of those things that were described, right? And the focus has to be on Black and brown children in their communities, like providing those resources and things that they need in order for them to thrive, to improve their lives in their communities. So think about what you said, think about what I shared, write down anything you think I missed. Remember our purpose. We're not writing a new North Star statement, right? Like, we don't need to struggle so much about the language, it's about the sentiment. Right, does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, are we capturing the sentiment? Like, it's not about the wordsmith, we need a the or and or a semicolon, not, that's not it.
An end
Right. Thank you. Right, like, is it the sentiment? Like, can we extract value from the sentiment? Is the purpose. So I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds with whatever you wrote down. And remember, you're writing down what you think I missed. That's not present. You're only writing down what you think I missed. You're not wordsmithing what I said. That's important. Wordsmithing what I said will take us down a rabbit hole that I won't allow.
We don't have luxury of time for that.
It is not even needed. You'll see why. Okay, I'm not seeing very many pins in the air. I literally see one. I see two, but I don't see words for the second one. I love it. Okay. Commissioner Jackie, what I miss?
The sentiment to me feels like Black and brown is in it,
What did I miss?
intentionality.
Maybe we should put it up front. Talk about being bold.
I wasn't gonna work.
Yeah. Like, that's perfect, perfect what you did. What I miss?
Also put intentional because we're working with a reduction in funds. And so we have to be very focused to make sure that what we're doing.
So, in the providing is what you're talking about, right? Like being focused about what we're about these actions, right?
Just plus
It's really
one,
interesting that I heard the word intentional back to that. Okay,
just plus one-ing on Jackie's comment, because I was thinking about intentionality from the resource perspective, and if we are in a position where we are, I think that that needs to be kind of the center of the thing.
thought I saw another pin. Are you three on the can do that? Share me with me what I missed. I'm gonna let the room breathe 30 more seconds just to make sure we live.
I mean, would we be here if systems were designed in a way to support everybody?
I don't think I have a job, honestly. I'm speaking it real. I was working with school district down in LA, a couple of months ago, last month. And I said to them, the goal of Just Score, which is my LLC that hopefully a few years back, is to put myself out of business. I want to partner with as many allies as many spaces as I can, but I am no longer needed. I don't want to have that LLC. So I appreciate it.
Francine's not, what Francine has said too, because I really appreciate the historical knowledge that folks who were here at the beginning of First Five, because that's what I'm struggling with, is if they thought that First Five wouldn't be needed, what does that mean? That means the systems aren't doing right by kids, particularly black and brown kids.
That's what she said.
Yeah, no, but that is for me, something is wrong. The person with what, the way, I mean, not to blame for side, but I mean, if that was the intention, right? Talking about intention, if their intention was 25 years later, there wouldn't be a need for First Five.
You said if that wasn't, but you're saying that it wasn't.
No, I mean, I heard it was.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
Okay, now we.
Yeah, so that's what I heard today, and that's the knowledge I feel like I'm missing. I don't know if others, you know, if that was what their intention was, what does that mean for us?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I think one thing, just to help us to move it along, is on the outset, it means that we haven't arrived yet. Right, like, we actually haven't set out what the founders initially set out to do. And so there's still work to be done. And so what your opportunity is, right, is to get up every day to do your part. What I believe is that I will be long gone from this earth, but what I'm paying forward creates greater opportunity to put businesses like mine out of business, right? I may not see it come to fruition. I'm passing the baton to Nia Lowry and those like her, because her major is law and social justice, right? She may not do just score, she may create another amendment, whatever that is. And so our collective role is to work along the lines as much as we can every day with as much full stop clarity as we can muster to see the water as clearly as we can to make that happen. That's our charge.
The system is more than missing. The system is better, I don't know if someone has said that, but and I always look over here, because I'm going back to what the public who voted on this proposition made it very clear that the system was going to be better. And so if we have not done our job then, the question is trusting that.
And do you think that, are you saying that what's missing
It's system.
is talking about the system here? And would I add that as a question, right? Would I add that here where we're talking about providing resources?
For me, when you just said that, I've been going up and down, and
Okay.
trying to follow.
So I just want you to tell me where to add it.
System, I don't know where, but people don't want this. I just am saying system is what's gonna get me to be like, yeah.
Okay. And I don't believe his words fitting, because I'm adding it, right, in the way that I heard you share it. And what I heard you share is that a part of our collective why is about us creating a system where all children have what they need, right? So we're creating a system where we're being intentional, right? About Black and brown children having what they need so that all children actually have what they need, right? In order for their lives to be improved, right? And their communities to be improved, right? I'm gonna say that one more time. We need to create a system that is intentional about Black and brown children having what they need. So that all children have what they need to be successful in their lives, in their communities. right? Is that what you're saying collectively?
The wording of that is a little clunky to me.
Yeah, right, yeah, yeah. We're not, we're not like, yeah. This isn't Sandra teaching a course that's a no mistake, right? I'm gonna get with those administrators in 3 weeks, right? Like, that's not it. We're just saying, like, is that the sentiment of what this group's saying is important to us? Is that what's important to us? Yes.
One thing that I feel like might be left out from my perspective, obviously, when we add system, it made me think, we may not be the generation to create the system. And even though our forefathers of First Five California may have said, you know, we shouldn't leave, we work ourselves out of the job here, it doesn't mean that there's been failure. It means that we're on the journey. And what impact do we make on our journey with this group right here? So I guess the only thing I feel like might be missing is the kind of the catalyst idea, the impact.
The change, right?
Not just the early successes of we.
Yeah. Yeah, I want you to, I love that you lifted that, because for the last 8 months, I just helped to lead Aspire, a day job, right? The one that I'm on PTO for today. I was on the call like 7 this morning, like trying to get things out of the way, like, here. But I love what you lifted, because like what you all were saying here, like our system, our water is inhibiting the ability, right? Like how we need to collectively procure like the needs is all about like what the system is already designing about. So you're right in that it's about how you as a group are affecting change in the system so that, you know what I mean, so forth and so on about our statement. Because this catalyst piece, right, is about you taking a hold, taking advantage of your opportunity to be a lever at this moment, right? And the way you can be a lever is for you to see the water. And what you just mentioned, my sister friend, is drawing that a little bit clearer, right? It is like, it's not that you're creating the system, right? Because you're not creating the system. It really is about how you're being a catalyst. It really is about how you are collectively moving in a way that creates these changes for kids to have what they need.
I mean, it's funny. Is missing for me is, I don't know, maybe it's not a wide thing, is that the work has to be done, like entrusting relationship, partnership with community, like it feels a little bit like we are doing it for you to, like, I don't feel community with being covered in this. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
So this idea of like,
And that might be the house.
like the reason why we're talking about the reason why you want to do your role.
Yeah.
We're talking about other words.
Yeah, because it might,
We're talking about like we're talking about what's resonating with this group. What's resonating with this group is that, you know, in a nutshell, you want kids to have what they need. Like, that's why you're having the actions. That's why you're gonna do what you do. That's why you're gonna engage in the processes that you're gonna engage in. So, like, lifting community voice and making sure that that's a how. Does that make sense?
yes, this is really.
Making sure that we
Like
incorporate.
trusting the communities know what they need, like
That's the how. That's why I asked you this question. Look at this. Walk with me here.
okay.
Somebody said this. We all know what kids need. How do you know that? What town halls have we went into the communities to hear that voice? That's the how.
Or
I
how
will leave it.
connected are we with local first?
That
five
too.
to our
Over, yeah,
that too.
Community event.
That's right. Right. What first five are you from, sir? Merced. Has anybody met him before today? You, Jackie.
No, I haven't met them.
Oh, man, it's not even that far from here.
So, like, you are taking us into our next piece.
Yeah, okay, so I'll.
Right, no, I don't want you to wait. I just want you to draw the parallel. Right, I want you to draw the parallel, this idea of like lifting the voice of the community. And I'm just gonna call it that, it means other things, right? Like there is lifting the voice, like there's a piece about being heard, there's a piece about incorporating what you heard, like all of that stuff. That is definitely a part of the how. But what I'm trying to get you to see is that the crux of what you all are saying is that you all want kids to have what they need. And we can talk about like what those needs are, like there's a lot of needs, right? Based on the fact that this is how the system is designed. There are a lot of needs. I don't like to really use the words the system is broken because the system is perfectly designed to produce the results that it gets. And so this idea of you like wanting to be a catalyst so that you need is the crux of what you're saying. Now, let me finish. Now, what I heard in this early this morning, and what do I call it? Like a piece of where this team is getting stuck is you have a shortage, right? Like, well, who should we focus on first? Like, should it be Black and brown kids? Should it be all kids? Like, you all are having that. But that discussion and that direction of where you're going and how you need to provide the resources doesn't negate the fact that you all want kids to have what they need. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. I don't want you to get hung up on the how piece in this moment. I want you to sit in the fact that that's why you come here. That's why you joined. You saw things in your community and you want to be a catalyst, right? So did you, so did you, so did you. So I don't want you to get hung up on, oh, we don't have all these resources, so we got to make different decisions. That's the how, right? Well, we got to focus on like the Black and brown kids first because, well, the focus part is the how too. Does that make sense? The crux of it is you want kids to have what they need. And I will tell you that a researcher by the name of Jeff Andrade out of Oakland, California, says that ain't nothing but about ensuring equity. Roses from Congress. That's right. So something that this group is going to have to engage in the next section is like, what does that actually mean for you to ensure that? Right? Because Jeff Andrade says that is about giving kids what they need. And that is the crux of our why. Okay. How are you all sitting squarely and feeling about this idea about giving kids?
I wanted to, well, that I have a question for that.
Please.
I think what kind of clarifications are, you said you have changed system, but then we're not talking about this in how it is.
Oh, I was just mentioning, I was trying to mention her word because the word that I inserted inappropriately was not what was like, I believe, shared out here. And that's what Jackie was trying to call out, that she believes that a part of our why is about being a catalyst.
Yeah.
Right, so that was.
But a part of our why is just more back to the how. I mean, like, I called out systems and I feel like I don't necessarily need to create a system, but we need to impact, disrupt, we need my why is also connected to the kids, but also the citizens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I thank you for sharing that, because one, I want you to know that when I'm using the word catalyst, I believe the way that, you know. The other adjectives that you use is doing that. Right, like, yes, and they go 2, 3 words you said, disrupt. Yeah, impact, yeah, we're using all that synonymously. We're just not writing it. How are you feeling about this? Now, for those people that say, you know, like moving this kind of work is not rocket science. Like, come on, we're giving you funds, just get a dollar, get a new dollar, do a new thing. This is rocket science. It is hard work, right? And the service that you signed up for is hard work. This idea of like the passion that I hear from you, right? About, no, I'm being serious. The passion that I hear from you about your why, the passion that I hear from all of you about your why is of particular importance to you. And I don't want to squash anybody's passion. That's not what this is about. But it is about teasing out to the most minute level what it is you all can all agree to. Right? Like you want to say college, you want to say system, you want like all of the wordsmithing. We might have different nuances, but what I'm asking you today is, do you all want kids to have what they need to be successful? Because that's what I heard you say. You may want to go about it differently. You may want to add a nuance to it. And one, I'm absolutely going to push you around this idea of diversity equality. I think that that's important for this group. We'll have it for another day. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's the next piece I want you to catch. And just so you know, I really feel like we spent like a little additional time on this part because I think it's important in the ways that you need to move forward, and that's okay too. Right? So I know exactly how to move and what to cut. So trust me, this moment, but I have to trust everybody in this moment, Not tomorrow, not just right now in this moment.
I just want to add, so I called out the roles, responsibilities, and expectations.
Yeah, we're getting ready to jump to this, and I'm going to show you how to do it right now. So this idea of like kids having what they need, right? Like we constructed that for a reason, right? When I see like all of what you listed here, right? It signals to me that this group has some pretty strong values, right? Like you have things that are very, very important to you about why you're sitting on this council. Yeah? I want you to call out some of the things, how you would like to describe the values. What are some things that you value based on all the conversation that we just had? And we're just popcorning words, right?
Vulnerability.
Intentionality.
I was waiting for that word. You can popcorn them. Respect.
And belonging.
Other values that are important.
Transparency.
Or two, transparency
And trust.
and trust.
Oh, trust. Trust. Integrity.
Integrity.
Equity. Clarity.
So far, we have things that we really value, right, as a group. Things that we can extract from our conversations, like what's important. Belonging, vulnerability, intentionality, respect, authenticity, community, trust, transparency, integrity, I might say that one already, equity, clarity. Anything else?
Hey, kids, though, this is our joy. Love.
Anything else? That's a really good question. After this.
It's just one that's on the tip of my tongue, I'm not sure why, but excellent.
You make me go to innovation.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Thought you meant like this. I'm gonna ask two questions. The first is, do you see by like this listing of things that we're saying that we value? Like all of these ideas, these beliefs that we're saying we value. We could actually use these things to support us as we think about all the things that are before us, the decisions we need to make, right? The ways that we need to partner to go and find resources for our communities. Like, these are the considerations we need to have to construct our lives. You draw that parallel? Because I can't move from here if you don't draw that parallel. Anybody stuck here? Everybody can see that? Okay, let me show you this next piece for my next question. And because I didn't realize that I wasn't sharing my PowerPoint because I turned everything off for lunch. Let me just do this right quick. Let me get this back in the chat. Share my screen. I want to show you something quick. You guys aren't like ABC school district, right? This is First Five. And you have a collection of what I'm describing as guiding documents. Recognizing that like different commissioners came into existence as these were constructed, right? Commissioner Velasquez Paz, is it Paz or Paz? Paz. Thank you. She wasn't here for any of the creation because she just came today, right? But even as she's come on board, and I know she's done exactly what I've done. Who are these people? Let me read it.
Why am I on this board?
Like, what is an audacious goal? Right, all of those things. She did her homework just like I did, right? And so, as you think about what we're saying about this foundational belief about our lives, that we want all kids to have what they need, and we think about all of the things that we're saying we value, I want you to think about those guiding documents. All of them in this moment. Does what's in those guiding documents align with what you see on that board? Not word for word, right? But holistically. And I want you to take 4 minutes. If you need to look at the documents, if you need to look at the list, if you need to think about our conversation. I want you to answer that question for yourself first. Do you see a line here?
At least 3 of them.
Yeah. Do you see alignment? For our nation's goal. Look at your North Star statement. Look inside of your statutes. Look at your strategic plan. Look in your bylaw. I've looked at all of them, by the way. I've read every single word. I don't know verbatim, but I read the word. It's like kind of like reading the Bible, right? For those of you that may read the Bible or the Quran or whatever you read, you may have read the whole thing. You can't recite every single word. Right?
Are we going to be able to hear from those students who are part of the North Star and Foundation School? How does it all fit together?
Not today.
So that's on the bike rack?
Yes. It's on the Garden of Ideas. Okay, does anybody need more time? Okay, you're gonna take 2 minutes. Open sharing with an elbow partner about the question I just asked you. Is there alignment in your guiding documents and what we just constructed? Go. Elbow partner, triad, whatever your comfortability is. Good.
Yeah. Years later, that's like, oh, it's like 10 years later. Yeah, like, you know, my garden was whole basket. And you wanna share?
Remember, I'm not asking you verbatim word for word. Is the sentiment there or not? Is the question. Yes or no? Yes or no? So pick a spokesperson. Your spokesperson is going to share for the group the statement you'd like to make and respond to my question. Pick a spokesperson.
It says there, I missed it.
That's for me. You're clearly saying, you know, that things are not.
I'm gonna bring it together in 20 seconds.
It's scheduled for after your discussion.
Not.
Oh, yeah, after?
Yeah.
We just want to make sure we leave time for that.
For sure.
And we all know that we have an airplane right up over, so we will try to We've been mindful of those meetings, catch airplanes. I'm not looking at anybody.
It sort of looks like we have two groups. Spokesperson, share the statement that you want to make from your group in response to my question. Is there alignment with the guiding documents and what you're saying you value? And the undergird of what the sentiment about your collective why. And I'm gonna ask Principal Rizzo to go first.
It just so happens that Rizzo is the spokesperson.
I will tell you that I believe, like, without a shadow of a doubt, that it is the role in our system that we don't pour enough resources and is underutilized and is the most impactful in our system in terms of driving change in the classroom. So, Madam.
We discussed and we decided that, yes, there is alignment. And we feel that it does represent our values. However, I think where we struggle is with the how.
Yeah,
How are we doing that?
thank you. Next group. One spokesperson, please.
Building on typical comments. We also agree that there is a lot of alignment in the values presented in our North Star and our goals, but we are missing elements of operationalizing those values, particularly around the words of collaborative system. We reflected a lot in our public comments that we heard at the opening, and our values were not reflected in those opening comments. But what does it look like?
Got it. What I think I heard from both groups, as you mentioned, adding on in the operationalizing, is you believe that there is alignment, but the how is where we're stuck.
Yeah.
Right? Like how we actually, to use your word, operationalize, how we actually get on this path together and bring this to fruition is what it's about, right? Okay, so this is sort of like where we've been.
I just have one thing.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
I'm standing up because my back is killing me.
no, you're good.
It's, I love that we were in alignment, even if it's, in the operation on the how, but it's the how and the accountability, and I just want to call that out because the accountability of what we've decided we're going to do shouldn't change from chair to chair. It shouldn't change from commissioner to commissioner. It should be what it is. So I just wanted to add the thought of accountability to that.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification, or I would say that add-on. Appreciate it very much. Okay, so this journey that we just spent a little extra time on, right? Like trying to flush out our collective why, trying to understand and unpack what guides our why, trying to unearth what our core values are, right? It's sort of like where we've been. How I want us to think about this is we just illuminated together that tons of similarities about like what we individually believe as our why. That bleeds over into like our collective why, like we just put a pin in that, right? So to speak. This how piece, right? To really begin to unpack that, like to how to operationalize, right? How we're gonna actually see this water. That journey begins with unpacking our roles and responsibilities. Right? And so that's this next portion of ourselves. I want you to go inside of your packets. And I want you to look for that document that's on the left. I want you to think about that elephant story that I shared with you earlier. And here are 3 essential questions that I want you to have as a foundation before we engage in this activity. Those essential questions are, what is the role of this team? What are your hopes for this work? What is your covenant? Okay. That is on the backdrop, okay, of this activity, right? Okay, Myra, can you read that first bullet?
Commissioner
on the board.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is the role of this team?
Okay, Vivian, can you read the second bullet?
What are your hopes for this work?
Jackie, can you read the third bullet? What is your commitment? Okay, and remember I said that is the backdrop to this activity. Right? Everybody got that? Okay. Did everybody find the document?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me just explain this a little bit. The first thing I want you to recognize, first of all, I've done this activity like every 20 minutes, right? Like starting a team, do it at a chartboard, do it individually, do it in pairs. Like, so we're gonna use the space that we have, conducive to the space, we're gonna figure it out together, right? So here's what's gonna happen. You individually, initially, because remember I said we learn alone, together, across difference, right? Individually, and initially, you are going to share what your expectations are relative to the roles in these boxes. And I'm going to explain that in a second. Okay, the first thing I want to share with you is that the ED, the executive director, is the only one completing in the pink box. Everybody got that? Okay. Because remember, this is about unpacking the roles, right? You're going to share your expectations. Like you guys have read the bylaws. It's scripted out in the bylaws. What does it actually mean when there are different expectations when you move from one chair to the next? What does it actually mean when a new commissioner comes on board, right? All those nuances bleed into the expectations, and that is what we need to unearth, right? Thinking about your role as you have come into them. Commissioner to another commissioner. Just think about that. What is the role of a commissioner? Thinking about what is the role and expectation of the executive director from a commissioner, right? Thinking about what is the role of, as a commissioner to the chair, right? Like you are all commissioners, but there's some nuances with the chair. There's some nuances with the executive director. So everybody in the space is filling out boxes 1 through 3. 1 through 3. Let me say that again. Everybody in the space is filling out the yellow, orange, and green boxes, but only the executive director is filling out the boxes. Any questions about what you're being asked to do? And how I'd like for you to do this is, right, like you are scripting out the role as you expect it. I want you to try to do so as much as possible, even if this isn't your style, in bullet format. Everybody got that? Does anybody need any resources to do this activity? Okay, I'm gonna put 10 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes would be totally unfair. I'm putting 10 minutes on the clock to do this activity. I look at the board and see your time left for your work time.
They were cute.
Photo opportunities left.
Water, there's also a water station.
Anybody need water? Okay, about a minute and a half left. Please put your hand in the air if anybody's needing a little more time.
And you did mention that those who get the airport right away, when we back for. You're not in the right. So Jamie, you don't have to go with your agency. Somewhere, so, Sandra, we're way behind on what we had planned, so.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Commissioners want to be.
Pretty sure.
Okay, I've already, there's enough time for public comment.
Yeah, I've already said it. We're gonna be good.
She'll take time.
Like 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm shifting how we're doing the last session, so it's. That's our. That was my buddy Simon, huh? I know. Okay.
I got the volume down enough, but.
All right, thank you for engaging in that. I really wanna spend our time really investing in this piece. Because this piece about like how we align our values with our priorities hinges on really unpacking our roles and responsibilities. And so we're gonna do two things. The first thing I'm gonna ask you to do, you're gonna call off in threes, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna put you in groups. You're gonna use these workspaces. That's gonna be a workspace here. There's gonna be, a workspace here, and then we're gonna we'll probably just use this space over here, right? We can pull 2 chairs up, to construct a workspace. We're gonna have 3 groups, and you are going to, share in with one another what you individually constructed, right? To a bigger chart paper of your group. Okay, so you're gonna have some discussion about what you did in those 3 columns that I mentioned. And then we're gonna have some share outs. Okay, talk about some of those commonalities that we're constructing as a group around the roles and responsibilities. So I'm gonna start here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1,
2.
3, 1, 2.
Okay, so, the 3s kind of get the short end of the stick, but I can be a filler. Okay, since I'm a new partner for the first time. All right, so I'm gonna ask group, 1 to go here, group 2 to go here, and group 3 to go here. Okay, and group 3, you just kind of use the cover chair. Okay, and Jamie's gonna help with passing out the chart paper and the marker. And I am gonna get into. Then 5 minutes. I'm gonna let you start doing it, and then I'll see where you will be. Put my phone on there. This is free. Here are you. No, I'm not. Yeah, so we're just. You're discussing what I want you to capture on your picture is what your collective
Get a deeper vision. I know.
You guys know that you're charting. You're connected.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
See if I might not. It's my face.
Start with the first one.
And then I said, be open to share, not adding it. You are all. Yes, oh, that, and I just had some. Yeah. Engagement.
So it's yours and that. With the US.
And I agree with all of that, like all that how. But then you have to show you want your character to be more grow out. And have good education. Be prepared and be your homework. The ones that we have together. Right.
About like maybe. Last night. Let me see. Ever. Like belly. Here. That's what.
I don't think I'll go without that.
Yeah. I want to do it. Walk to the restroom and I was sad laughing.
And the one that I.
The eighth grader.
She's in a different role.
People be open to shared learning. I was think that, you know, she should be seen as a your body. And then.
Well, you can
For my bridge builder, and then I like their strong relationship.
Idea that I'm working.
Right.
Global boy. Other agencies.
recall.
Does Americans first fight.
Before my, going to. I'll get it here for you. People left.
No.
Get elected to be in the.
Exactly.
Basically, who do you want to get us?
I always often put this up. Shouldn't always have to check.
Restaurants, right? And I like I felt so deep, I was like so much. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, I'm sure. Yeah.
Be able to resolve that strong.
Yeah.
Seven different directions, like a very clear. I don't want to say anything. Yeah. Or.
Oh, so when I.
That vision.
Oh, I. Is it a question? Expectations.
Yeah. It is, I would probably want to share. Yeah. Yeah, what's the role like? What's your expectation of how?
Oh, goodness. Integrated collaborative system of information and services. It's not creating another system, and that is. Doing this broad messaging, I remember the first thing I was like, oh, we tried to, universal principle. Knowing where. Right here. So we're still. We did some. Actually, I think both.
Anything need a little more time?
So yeah, you don't get them, right? Different resources. Because you can't, it's not. I think that's that, I can't have the conversation. And then you think about the core people that are in what they're working.
We're back.
Minute and a half.
So it's. We have to have our participation ability is one of those. But nobody reads the back. Mostly, we October back. And then we usually cancel one more throughout the year. On a specific day, where it's really based on. We'll have one more word, just short of it. July, which does.
30 seconds, please. Please take a spokesperson.
Road.
My followers.
On the road.
Your spokesperson can be your scribe or another teammate.
Principal Rizzo is ours.
Okay, let's bring it back together, whole group. All righty. Okay. Let me share two things before you share out. As I immerse myself in your guiding documents, something I noticed, right? Particularly in your bylaw. In your bylaws under Article 7, there's a duties section. And in that duties section, it describes essentially the role of the chair, the role of the executive director. What's missing is the role of the commissioner. Right, so that's our first thing I want to illuminate, right? And here's what happens with boards. Let me see. I serve on 5 boards right now. I serve on 5 different boards, right? Different kinds of boards, as a matter of fact. I've worked with boards for years, clearly as a superintendent, right? I train boards like all over, all the time. And the work that I do with boards, it's mostly about like really like doing governance with an equity lens. And one of the things that I find like most often from experience is that boards have tons of guiding documents. We got strategic plans, we got LCAP, we got all kind of guiding documents. Right? And they're like bylaws, mostly too. But what's really guiding the board is the norms and agreements to each other. Right? How are we going to communicate? How are we going to make decisions? What roles do we actually have? And a lot of times that is in a handbook. And you can call it or whatever you want. I'm just calling it a handbook for today's purposes. The handbook is a document that helps to identify all the ways you can get stuck. All of the things that are unspoken, particularly things that are like under the iceberg, right? Like these unspoken practices, culturally, like the ways in which that we need context to actually do our work. And so one of the things I want you to think about as we engage in this activity, you know, really trying to bring to light our roles and responsibility on this team is how are you going to actually make that happen going forward if you don't have it written down anywhere? Because when somebody else goes off the commission and a new commissioner comes in, then what? We're going to do this up. Y'all, I'm not coming back here to do this again. I mean, I would, but we shouldn't. Right? What we're saying is the role of the chair. What we're saying is the role of the executive director should be the role of the chair of the executive director, no matter whose name is in front of it. What we're saying is the role of the commissioner should be the role of the commissioner, no matter whose name is in front of it. And a way to help that along is to have some agreements around it. And so today is the beginning of having some agreements around it. So ask me any questions you have with that. Before we jump in? All right, perfect. All right, as you got together with your teammates, you sort of took your voice and you merged it with a smaller group, right? Our task right now is to merge those 3 smaller groups into one voice, right? Always easier said than done, because when you get some brilliant people inside of the room, everybody wants the wordsmith. So I'm going to caution us, right? It's about the sentiment and not the wordsmith. Because Jamie, my role, like Angelo's role, we're going to collectively work together to create these documents for us for our time together so that we have them in memoriam, right? Like they're artifacts that we're going to use to carry our work forward. All right. Now, what's going to happen in this next section, Chair, because I know you're excited about this next piece, is we're going to hear from each of the groups. Jamie, myself, Angelo, we're going to all take notes on what you're saying, and then we're going to all get together to take notes. I don't want it to just me remembering what we said, right? We're going to have 3 of us in the room as staff and partners taking notes on what is shared about, you know, what we're saying about our role from commissioner to commissioner, what it's saying about our role from commissioner and so forth and so on. And then we're going to try to repeat some of that back into the group. And then we're going to create a document that we're going to use for our next section, for our next session. Everybody in agreement and knowing how we're moving? You have a question?
I'm just noticing something behind you that I don't think I've ever seen before.
Ways we work together. I saw that, by the way.
Pretty relevant. Okay,
Because let me just say this, I love that you brought that up. And I saw that in the room and I was like, oh dear God, it's like an activity that we're going to do today. But anyway, right here it says effective teamwork. There is research on effective board practices. Right, we put that in your packet. I'm gonna illuminate some of those things today because it is absolutely about the how that you were getting at about operationalizing. Okay? All right, so I'm going to not pick on Principal Rizzo's group first because I keep doing that. I'm gonna popcorn, right? I'm gonna start with group 3, and you all are gonna share your commissioner to commissioner first, right? And you only get a 60-second opportunity for it. No pressure. Angelo, Jamie, my partners in crime, you all ready? Okay.
Just a point of clarification, this to me is really rich, so why do we need the time constraint if they have more?
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because each group is sharing, right? So it's 3 minutes already for each section. That's already 10 minutes, right? And then we have to do the fourth one. That's additional minutes, and then we have to process it. And I have to get you to a break to be able to get to public comment. Because there are things we have to do after this, because I don't want to leave you a cliffhanger on that. It'll be fine.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, if there's more, I don't want it to be lost, because this is.
It won't be lost. That's why I had you write it down.
Oh, so we can see this, yeah.
Oh, I'm taking it.
Okay, great.
Thank you for
Thank
sharing
you.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So Commissioner, want to be prepared for and actively engage in meetings. Be aware of best practices and be open to shared learning with county partners. Stay focused on critical few objectives that we are aligned with, why, values, and guiding documents.
Okay. Jamie. Or Angela, you need to repeat Angela.
What can the underlined view objectives?
Can you repeat it one more time, please?
But it's written down. Oh, yeah. I got it. You want me to take pictures?
Yeah, it's okay. But we have it written out. You can't take paper outside of the room. So it's.
No, you all are getting.
Yeah, we are. Okay, group 2.
I don't know what that.
I'm so sorry. I forgot to add. You're not repeating anything they said. You're only adding on.
Oh, adding,
Yeah.
not the repeat.
Yeah. If they said something that you would repeat, don't do that.
Okay, so just add on to.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We only have to add this advocate.
Oh. I'm hearing alignment in the room already.
Less than a minute.
Woo. Group 1 spokesperson, are you ready?
We will add, and we will leverage, each individual commissioner's expertise that they bring. That we look to our commissioners to be proactive in utilizing that expertise. And that we want each other to challenge and push us to a greater understanding to support our whole.
Thank you. Okay. It's that, you all have to excuse me, it's that basketball playoff run. By the time I get to Saturday, the voice will be a problem. Okay, so, you all, this group 2, you're gonna start with Commissioner of the Executive Director.
Taskmaster, global voice, authentic engagement with association and local first fives. Networking with stakeholders, local and state. And legislative.
Local, state, and legislator. Thank you. Perfect, thank you. And group 1?
I think we will add, to direct staff to engage commissioners and their expertise. To then demonstrate back to the commission how that was done. Reporting back.
Yeah.
How the expertise.
How the expertise, okay. And group 3?
We have be an externally facing ambassador.
I think this is mostly said, I'm not sure, ongoing collaboration with association, county commissions and communities
Yeah.
and share needs on the ground with commissioners.
That's the add-on, yeah.
Okay, and then provide regular updates about how we're operationalizing strategic priorities and if/how we're driving measurable impact.
Repeat that last one.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Provide regular updates about how we're operationalizing strategic priorities and if/how we're driving measurable impact.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're gonna start with group one. Group one, you're gonna begin with sharing Commissioner of the Chair. Commissioner of the Chair.
Okay. We really want our chair to cultivate an environment that is solution oriented and that makes a commitment to hearing the voices of the chair. So that the chair is facilitating that type of environment. And we also want our chair to design a strategy to work closely with First Five leadership and staff to inform, engage, and empower commissioners and the county and execute on that strategy. And we also expect our chair to lead our evaluation of our executive director. It's their role to do that.
Thank you. Group three, can you add on to the commissioner's, expectation of the role of the chair?
Well, we had also, so similar to ED, be an externally facing ambassador. Push us all to be catalysts for change. Lead with grace, transparency, and trust. Yeah, and then we had something around systems of accountability.
Say more.
Lead commission, with systems of accountability so that staff and commissioners achieve goals.
And
Sorry, just start.
you have no add-ons? Start all over. Y'all making my job too easy.
I think the baseline is also here with the expectation of the chair includes the expectations of commissioners.
You heard some similarities because of how the roles need to actually work together. Right, like I would interject and add that. I think that's why you heard some of those, some of the correlations. Yeah. What about the executive director of the commission? Spotlight.
Setting the vision, setting a clear vision, holding the framework to identify priorities that are achievable, I should say. Right, being the touchstone for the values of the commission. That's expectation, trust. Being trust that the executive director understands the internal, external resources that we have that we need to build to ensure and fulfill the strategic direction set by the commission.
I have a couple of different questions to ask the group now in this moment. The first question is there anything that was shared that anybody needs a clarification on? Yes.
I heard the word taskmaster, which made me feel a kind of way, so yeah, clarity.
We're gonna make sure everything's aligned. What we use with our leadership team at school, when you're looking at the global big picture and what you're doing, like you're aligning everything that what we're doing with intention. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you, because you heard something different with that. See, that's why we need clarification. Anybody else?
I think about engaging with the children.
That was us. Networking. Yeah, networking stakeholders. I don't know if that's what you, the one is.
Yeah.
That was commissioners of.
Yeah, that one, I just, the one to understand how that works because putting forth just networking, hi, how are you versus channeling what is being said to them on behalf of the commission. Shouldn't just be that role of the.
But that statement doesn't mean it's only the role of the ED.
Right.
You were just only referencing that that should be a part of it.
Yes.
So I just want to illuminate that. With your statement, do you have any clarification with the role of the chair? Do you need any clarification with the role of the chair?
It shouldn't just be the ED talking to the legislature.
Are you saying that the chair should be the, okay, so,
I think that's team bike rack maybe, but I didn't hear it about commissioner to commissioner or other things. I just heard it there. And so it's a point of clarification. I don't think it should just be there.
yeah. So what chair just did is to take us into our next piece, which is anything that you didn't hear that you think should be present. Right, but before we get to that, is there anything else from the other question? I wanna,
Which is clarification.
yeah, any other clarifications needed first?
Not from our group, but I think I heard that from another group. That's what about, that's part of the chair's responsibility.
You did,
I did hear,
Okay.
but I have not heard from a group. No, okay. Okay.
so maybe,
I had it. Maybe that's where you remember. I said the chair should be the spokesperson.
got it.
We
Yeah.
something similar here too. I just didn't repeat it.
And again, that's how I put it in my.
Thank you. Okay.
And that's why I didn't want to rush because
No, yeah,
I didn't
no.
hear it.
Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, so any other clarifications needed first? Okay, Angelo and Jamie, this part is really important. Because everything that has been stated thus far is written down. This next part is not written down. So like, like us taking very notes on exactly what they say is really, really important.
Should we also write it down to help?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I was gonna say that, but I don't know. Because guess what's gonna happen? Jamie and Angela and I, we're gonna listen to the recording when we do our notes. It's no problem. All right, so this next question is exactly where Claire led us, right? What do you believe is missing from the roles that we did not hear or that you would add on, right? This is not what your group said. This is about what you individually think. And the first thing I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna give you just like 90 seconds to look back in your document because maybe it helps jog your memory. Or maybe you have something already, but let's start that time now.
Get up and walk around just to get the blood circulating.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna take a break now.
Oh. Let's see what's missing from, it might be a couple of those.
I know we're relying on our auditory processing a lot, but our space is a little confined. We're making it work. It's good. No, you don't have to apologize. Okay, about 15 more seconds for your think time. And let's unpack. Anything that was not stated from commissioner expectations to a commissioner, anything not stated, anybody in the room?
And I feel like we wrote it, but maybe we didn't say it.
Okay.
And that's just this legal sort of request I have that we, with our busy lives and our busyness, review and read and prepare and recall. Because I just feel the staff's pain sometimes as we're asking questions and they're like, we've been here before, right? It's not our day job, so we don't always, but that we can do a little bit of reading and recalling before we come into meetings.
We think we had that one.
Okay.
Oh, did you?
Be prepared. Very awesome, because yes,
I want you all to know that a few of the meetings that I watched, I heard that language from some of the prior commissioners. I didn't get a chance to read that, but I think it would be great. So thank you for illuminating that. Because what it sounds like is like a commitment, right, that we potentially might want the team to make, right? It sounds like it could be a norm and a protocol that we might want to put in place. And those kinds of things, like I said before, go inside the handbook. Otherwise, it's unspoken, it doesn't exist. Okay. Any other things that weren't mentioned that you might want to add? This is right now just commissioner to commissioner. Okay, how about commissioner of executive director?
I'm sorry, I did have one more thing. I'm
Please.
sorry.
You don't have to say sorry.
I was still thinking, but I think it's been elevated a couple of times, but when it comes to committee report out, and I think, Chair Perez may have said it's crickets. I don't know what I can say or what I can't say, and I'm on 2 committees, so I think, commissioners definitely speaking to the committees they're on, but also to staff, helping us understand the things that we should elevate.
Love it. Okay, sorry.
I don't know if it'll be helpful, but we all have different experiences. On the mental health commission that I've been on, and we get to, wordsmith it because it's in our voice, but it's incredibly helpful because then they know what out loud.
And I think finding time at those committees to decide what are we taking back and coming up with a statement that we're prepared.
We'll wrap up.
Yep, yep.
Like we're gonna do today. Okay. Anything, commissioner of executive director?
this was said, that I think a role of the ED is just also function as a fund development.
Okay.
Really bring in different revenues into the mix. I echo that. I was surprised to actually see part of that within the bylaw. It's not considered to be that fundraising. Yes.
The other thing I think, to your point about commissioners come and go, I think a really important role of the ED is to onboard and provide guidance to new commissioners. So that the extent possible, people can hit the ground running.
For adding to the garden of ideas. Anything else that wasn't spoken that you want to share, Commissioner DeEdie?
I do have note here because I am struggling a little bit with what is our relationship with the ED. I was told we are the boss of the ED. And then others have said, no, that's not clear. Maybe we are, or we're not. So
Clarity?
I need the clarity. Because, yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with that. I just put that in the gardens, but it's never related.
Yeah, you put in the garden too, that's great. Okay, we have Commissioner of Chair, green section. Anything that wasn't shared that you'd like to illuminate for your teammates? Come on, you're standing in between your friends in a break.
The commissioner of the chair, the other commissioners. I mean, for me, the bylaws say the chair shall be the executive head of the organization. That to me means what? What does that mean? I am the head of the organization. You mean the chair?
What's your add-on? You need clarity? Miranda, is that what you're saying?
I need clarity and I also need to know what, yeah.
I want you to add that one to the graph. So that's important to unpack. Anything, roles, commissioner of chair, anything else? Commissioner of chair, as a commissioner of the chair. All right. And the last one.
That's the thing I said.
So, based on everything you heard, executive director, is there anything else you want to add? Okay.
My other self and see if there's anything I.
Okay. Right, so here is how we're going to move, and let me just explain a little bit about, like, where we've been and why I think this is important, okay? As we really spoke about, our values as a team, right? We transitioned into thinking about, like, well, how do we actually function together? Like, how do we make this work? How do we actually make this thing?
Add something,
Yes, please.
supporting, reflective, and supportive supervision, right?
Okay, you want to add that to your
To me, yeah.
peak? Say it one more time.
Like reflective leadership, like opportunity to have reflective leadership conversations with the commission. Right, like, when I look at the North Star audacious goal that was adopted by the commission, Prop 10 was by, like, just making sure that there's a reflective of what am I doing? Are we, and are we, I'm gonna go collect that, I'm gonna go back to my roots to your point, right? It's a we and not a me.
Yeah.
Right, and how are we reflecting that of one another as one team?
Thank you.
Right, that it's not like, Jackie, you're over here, we're gonna tell you 7 different ways of doing things.
Yeah.
It's a we and not
Yeah.
a me, Jackie.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that because, like, you aren't, like, excluded from the commission, right? Like, you are a part of the commission. So thank you for eliminating that. So what I was going to share is that this idea of unpacking our values, right, and marrying that, like, what we value should bleed into these relationships, right? The things that we value should be the undergird of these relationships. I want you to just hold that and think about, as you're thinking about commissioner to commissioner, right? Like, those communications, those collectivist opportunities, right, should have the foundation of your values. And as you think about the roles and responsibilities in the ways that we have, described them today, this idea of thinking about, okay, we're saying this is what the chairperson is actually responsible to do. We're saying this is what the commissioners themselves are responsible to do. This is what the executive director is actually responsible to do. We have to have some norms and protocols on, like, exactly how that's going to get done. Otherwise, it's going to be very different for you to prioritize and operationalize things that are set before you to ensure that you actually have impact in this work. And so Jamie and Angelo and I are going to construct this document, right, that is going to contain exactly what you shared today, because you're going to be able to use it. Because, in your bylaws, we already illuminated, it doesn't say anything about the commission, right? And there is a procedure for you all to change your bylaws, right? If you so choose to do so, right? There is a process that you can follow to create an additional guiding document that's kind of like a handbook that has all of the things that you've been sharing, right? All of the things that you've been sharing could be a barrier to your work. And it's not that anybody is intending for it to be a barrier, right? You're new, you're trying to read the guiding document. This person has been here a long time, they have a different vision for the document. Like all of those nuances is why you have to have agreements about these roles and responsibilities. Does that make sense? Like all of the nuances by which you come into existence on this board can also be a barrier to the work.
It clearly has been in my opinion.
Yeah, right, like it is a part of the water you need to see. Right? But unless we do full stop and examine that and have some agreements around it, it will continue to be a barrier. Make sense? Okay, all right. I am going to chat with my friends. You all are going to take a break. I promised you a self-care break. And I'm going to make some adjustments. Can you please come back at 3:05? 3:05. Please leave your documents there. We're gonna come and collect them. You can just worry about yourselves and we'll do all of that. They were all okay. How many minutes is that? That's fine. No, there's 8 minutes on the. There's 7 right here. It's like 12, so I'll add it. It's like the whole- We have 8 minutes, it's a 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my kids are. All 3 rings.
Okay, let me see, where we need to go. Oh, yeah.
This is only backside of it. I just wanna, retire. And then, like, you know what, they were into this also. Like,
Oh, yeah. Amy. What time do we need? This or before we end. The question I got, I need to back up. Over it. I'll send that part.
Simone leaving.
Public comment afterwards. That's my question. I can't to assemble all the commission. Curious, like, I'm able to.
Yes.
It doesn't matter, to be fair, but there are some that we did have one, and now we have like. We did have the connections of it's all very fine. We're the ones that make that. Oh, that's a wow. Yeah, once you have your break. So, yeah.
Yeah. In the break room over there.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Because, I'm going to do something. They were getting money.
And we're using access points to help me well. We're using it, you know, it's basically a referral.
Do they do it all locally or do you want to?
Any farmhouse, so that was one of the things we on board was going to Riverside. Yeah, one of the big call centers, and so down the daytime, 8 to 5 is actually locally. And the follow-up is done locally, but the after hours, which is my favorite call. It's like one of the.
Right.
Those are kind of the call centers, but the back of the road.
See, that makes more sense, right? So like, they would on the.
And that wasn't a model that we fell in love with. The one thing that we've seen, the more we add to the internet side of it, or whether it's a app or that, has reduced our call line too. Then more people are self-help.
Okay, well,
Go on.
I'm the resource. I know, I went to a lab and I got law or you.
So much that.
Church, so that when I forgive it, they for pulling out to the way I'm like.
Together.
So they.
There's a lot of. Like, I need it, sales and research, like, you need
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, no, I was just communicating. We can do it. I'm sorry. I think of all the. We can wrap it up.
But it's because it gets, you know.
I'm not sure.
We don't want to run out of everything to perform.
The budget, financing and HR.
But administratively, so we can get their fiscal.
Yes.
Was so great. My favorite school's full. So that's part of it. I don't know. No, we're gonna- let's see what happens. No, I'm one. So it was one of
You guys know we have great deals at the stores and they always talk to friends and families, right? Mia, the oldest, is 21, Nyla, the youngest, is 17. Oh, see, thank you.
And then for you all apart.
Oh, yeah, it's really the real adolescent part, yeah, they.
But now that we got together.
That's what.
We're going to a YG concert.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, the adolescent part was really nice.
Yeah.
God, my room, that part. Okay, 1 minute.
You talking about daughters?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Well, mine are 5 years apart.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
like,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
years,
So
but-
whatever you did, you didn't do it right, right? Like, we got like 4 years would be a good.
Why did she get?
They're graduating at the time every 4 years.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
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 I do.
I have a high school graduation. Yeah, I have a high school graduation in May, and I have a graduation in June. That's scary.
We're just like all of the girls.
Yeah, the whole friend.
Well, I just. Tomorrow.
You guys rock, by the way. Okay, let me see if I can get us where we need to be. Okay. I'm gonna do a harder pivot than I would. I want you to think about the experience that we just had in terms of the roles and responsibilities. And what I want you to think about is your roles and responsibilities are and will be determined, some by your guiding docs, but also by the agreements that you make, right? Just like how we described before. And those things will determine your collective governance practice, right? It will determine your collective governance practices. And let me just say a little bit about that. I want you to think about some of those roles and responsibilities that we were sharing about, right? As a governance team, you have certain oversight, right? You have certain areas of responsibility. And as the staff has roles and responsibilities, and it's their responsibility to ensure that they are informing you as commissioners, that they're making recommendations, that you have all the information. But this relationship is really, really important. And the difference between what staff's responsibility is and what the governance team is very different. And the staff's role is to support the governance team so that they can govern effectively. I mentioned to you before that there's a ton of research out there about effective governance practices. And one of them that we shared the resource on is this toolkit, right? I want to illuminate a couple of things that I believe are highlights of this toolkit that are of particular importance with this group. And I'm just noticing that's a little small. So Simon, if you can work your magic and make that just like a little bit bigger. Like, nope. Yeah, slide it just like that, purple one.
You options.
Okay, two things that I want to illuminate here. One is it's a really big deal to integrate the equity focus. Look at number 5. Right? And then look at number 6. Systems change. Right? Those two things are really, really important when we're talking about effective governance practices. And the one thing I want to share with you is inside of your packet, I want you to pull out this document. It's the blue one. It looks like a grid. It's right what I'm showing on here. It's going to be a part of your homework. And two things I want to note about this document, as I throw it on the floor. Two things I want to note about this document is we are going to engage as a team on the first page. Okay. That's the only part that's for your homework. The back page is a reference to you, right? Because these things are of particular importance, but don't actually relate completely with you as a commission. Okay. And there are some nuances that we need to discuss. But these first 8 are what I need you to engage in. These are the things, according to the research that we showed you, there are 8 characteristics of an effective school board, right? What the research shows is that it's just about boards. There are 8 characteristics of effective boards. And a huge part of this is really looking through the lens, using EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and really approaching the work with the systems lens. Okay, so could I get a team commitment to make sure that we're gonna complete this homework, which is you're just gonna make sure you engage and do this self-assessment on your own that relates to effective board practices. Okay, I'm gonna just share out a couple of things that are on here. 1, making sure that you are utilizing data to inform your decisions. That's a no-brainer, right? Ensuring that the team has collaborative relationships, a good communication structure, right? The team takes part in team development and EDI-focused training sessions, study sessions, right? Having that collaborative opportunity. And at the top of the list, a common vision for equity. You all said in your statement, your why statement, that this is about giving kids what they need. And the exclaimer that I added to that is, this is about ensuring equity for kids. Right? Ensuring that you all have a common vision around that is what we are after. Is the North Star the common vision? Is the audacious goal the common vision? Those are things that those are questions that we're gonna have the answer to as a team. But we have to have the answer to that. What is the common vision of this team? So we're gonna be engaging over this document, and I need you to make sure that you complete this as your homework. Everybody, can I get a thumbs up? Okay,
By when?
well, that's gonna be a part of the debrief.
Okay, so you'll come back with it.
Yes.
Okay, 'cause I'd like to know when.
We're gonna get together, the planning group will get together in our debrief and we'll decide next steps. After we take your input at the very end, okay, of our time. Okay, moving us along, I want you to take a look at these next two slides. As we think about, really drilling down into our roles and responsibilities. And having a guide for us, thinking about what are the effective board practices. One of the things that I know I heard from this team today is like, how do we do this, right? Lori specifically said, Commissioner Rizzo specifically said, like, we're constricted, like we have some constraints just around the resources that we have to be able to make the decisions that we have. And so one of those effective practices that you're gonna find in that research is making sure that you narrow the list out. That came out as we were discussing, right? Like prioritizing. We heard someone say, we can't do everything. Right? What is it that we have to actually focus on? And that is about prioritizing. And these two examples that I'm showing you here is some work that I've done with counties and cities. I'm working with the city of Vacaville right now. Right? And trying to unpack, I know Vacaville, right?
No, that's where.
Oh, okay. Awesome. We'll have conversations about that later. In how, right, we're actually prioritizing the work. When I think about this work, like just on the education side of the house, how do we prioritize the governance work? There's so many things. And so as a commission, you have to figure out what are the 3 or 4 things we're going to pour our whole soul into. You can't have 10 priorities. Ain't gonna work. You're gonna get confused about what the water is if you're doing
I
that.
do want to clarify though, we sort of talked about this in our budget, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
we're not
yeah.
going-
Yeah. We're not jumping into this. I just want to remind you, and I have that in my notes right here, that you all drew some of these connections already, right? You've identified, and so the resurfacing of that is important as you think about your values, as you think about the roles and responsibilities, right? Because asking the question, are these the right priorities, are important based on who we are today, right? And I want to put a pin in this so hard, I'm going to make it an exclamation point. The roles and responsibilities cannot change. The priorities can. Because the priorities are based on the needs. Priorities are based on the data. The priorities, Commissioner Shana, are based on. No, you're good. Are based on the role, it's based on the voice of the communities you're serving. Does that make sense? So this is where we are. This is where you are and what you need to make sure that we're clarifying with your new group. Okay, as we have added Commissioner Velasco Hawks. Okay. All right, and then here's the last piece. The last piece is as we are trying to unpack what's water, right? There's some research by Peter Senge and friends, I'll say, that really gives us what I'd like to say a real correlation to Simon Sinek's, why, how, what. If you remember, initially we talked about starting with process first, right? Like thinking about the mindset, affecting change in our behaviors and the decisions that we make, we can get a different result. When we had that discussion, our pyramid I want you to think about this in a way. The pyramid's gonna look a little differently, but it's the same concept. Okay, same concept. You all read this article. Water systems change. Right? And in this, right, what you were extracting from this is that this change to be had, right, is really about how we unpack these conditions that actually constitute and make up the water at the same time, right? Paying attention to what is above the iceberg, what is right at the surface, and what is below the iceberg. So thinking about, like, one thing that we're going to do next time is you're going to be thinking about the policies of this commission, the practices, the resource flows, the relationships and power dynamics, right? And the mental models that we actually need to make the transformative change, to be able to recognize the water so that we are being the catalyst that we are designed to be. So when you look at this iceberg, what I want you to see here is that this is the pyramid. You see that pyramid there with the black?
Yeah.
This is the mindset. These are the behaviors. Right? And it should drive these things so that we get different results. What you value and what you believe, right, affects all of this. What you value and what you believe will decide how you vote on the policies. It will decide the practices you employ. It will decide how you allocate resources. And what's swirling around all of that is this cultural stuff that we never talk about. Right? We never talk about all the ways that we other one another. Look at this. These are all the ways that we other one another. Look at all the words in white. All the ways that we other one another, all the ways that we can be prejudicial as commissioners, all the ways that we carry bias, right? All the ways, and therefore, that we can make policies and practices that discriminate against the very people that we are charged to serve. And so being able to look at this, being able to look at this from a systems perspective is of particular importance. And so as I'm sharing with you, right, this idea of building a new mental model, right, bending the arc of our mindset so that we can drive different results is essentially what we're after. And there's some specific steps and questions that we're going to ask ourselves, clearly that we aren't going to get into today, but that we're going to use to drive us as a commission so that we land. And so we're going to use this adjacent, I'm going to keep calling it a handbook, like the norms and agreements that we make, along with our guiding documents. We're going to use those things to follow this path of looking through this systems lens by really looking at the questions that is in this research to guide us in the process. But it does begin, like I said, initially with bending the arc of our mindset. Okay, so here's the last piece I want to share with you about this. I want you to take a look at this screen. As you think about those 6 conditions, right? I was sharing about the policies, the practices, the resource flows, the relationships, the power dynamics. and the mental models needed to make transformative change. This idea that systems change is about advancing equity, because we're essentially shifting the conditions that are actually holding the problem in place. That's the illumination of what the water is. Okay? And then lastly, you can't do one without the other. We can't pay attention to what's above the green line, like all of the things that are transactional, right? All the technical things in our work, that's above the green line, that's above the iceberg. All the things that are below the green line, right? We have to pay attention to those too. Because often what we do in individualistic societies, in societies that are constructed on white supremacy, is we attempt to make change by applying technical solutions to things that aren't technical. We try to apply technical solutions to things that are below the green line, to things that are below the iceberg. And it's one of the missteps that we make. And figuring out your relationships, figuring out your roles and responsibilities. That stuff isn't a barrier anymore, right? And it is a part of the water that we have to figure out.
Money back guarantee, right? You just said it's not a barrier.
Yeah. Well, it won't be. Okay? And you don't have to pay me for that. That one's free. That one's free. All right, okay, so here's our last piece. As we think about putting on this systems lens, something that I believe is, like, as I listened to your board meetings, right, as I read your documents, something that I believe is a barrier to you, to this team and this work, is unpacking this equity versus all, right? And that is where I want us to land today, and end before we actually have our debrief as a team, right? I want to start that by showing you a video, and I want you to remember the curb cut article that you read that I can't find to show you. Everybody remember the curb cut article? Okay, it's Angela Blackwell's research.
I just want to be mindful. I appreciate that you want to land us there, but we also want public comments.
Oh, no, we've already worked it out. It's fine.
But you said land us. I don't know if we can say we're gonna land, like what do you want to land?
Clarify that. Yeah, like, you're not gonna, we're in 15 minutes, we're not gonna like, I'll have like a.
Oh, no. No.
Is there an intention? I thought we had to think about this.
It's where I want us to be before we get back to when we set our intention. All right, that's all I meant. Yeah, thank you. What's I gonna say? Okay, so you all read the curb cut.
Yeah.
Right, you read the curb cut. And I want you to take a listen to this video, because
I don't know if we need to watch that right now. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous that. But I'm just getting a sense like there's a lot of like being talked to versus like, I want us to know like what are we all doing together in next step.
I believe that it was shared with me that I needed to be done by 3:40. Is this, that's still not exit or public comment? Because that's still not accurate?
Yeah, but we as a group haven't engaged and so I'm just confused. We're watching a video so that we can.
Because you're gonna have a discussion after.
Do we need to, this is why I'd rather have a discussion, but do we need a video to have a discussion? Or is there any?
I think you do, but I can pivot.
How long is the video?
Yeah, it's 4 minutes. I can pivot, that's no problem.
What's the little group? I mean, I've seen some folks like.
Okay, let's not waste the time and think about it. Let's just pivot.
Thank you.
Okay, as you read the curb cut, I want you to share 30 seconds with a partner what you remember and what do you believe is the gist, like the main message from that article. Take 30 seconds, share that with a partner. What's the main message? My answer was sticking.
Even know kind of right, like delivery men were thinking we need. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll make sure that I can see that. I was just being asked, like, can you send us a link to the video? I'll totally do that. Jamie will send that out to you all. Let's just hear from the partners. What meaning did you extract from curb cut? And the video is only an echo of it. It just really drives that point home. And gives a few suggestions. So let's start on this side and we'll just go around the group.
Identifying and addressing a need for a marginalized group, in actuality, it addresses a need for the larger group.
Hey,
Ding, 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 ding.
Do we ever have anything to add? Okay. So the exclamatory statement would be equity benefits all. Right, trying to ensure equity benefits all. And I want you to take a look at my screen. As you think about beginning with mindset before process, as you think about the charge that you have to create lasting impact for the communities that you serve, right? And you read that curb cut, and it shares with you that if you focus on the most marginalized, if you make decisions centered on what's needed for the most marginalized, then it will benefit all. Right? So the question becomes, what does it mean to center our most marginalized? What does that actually mean? Right? When you think about centering, the groups that are the most structurally oppressed, right? That are out on the fringes in terms of resources and opportunities, right? You use the words in your why. You said them out loud. You said them out loud to one another, right? When you talked about the needs, right? And the lack of resources that were provided. You talk about the fact that our system, our water itself is actually inhibiting the ability of BIPOC children, right? Like, these are your words. The words that you use to describe your collective why reflect that, right? That the individuals and groups that experience the most structural oppression and marginalization is who we should center. So what does that mean, centering them? Does that mean like how we apply those decisions, what we prioritize? So I want you to take 2 minutes with your group mates. It could be twosomes, threesomes. What did it actually mean for this commission to center our most marginalized? Because what I will say to you is this should guide your how. So just a little bit of think time first, 30 seconds. And you're going to share, what would it mean for this commission to actually do this? Please share your thoughts. What's resonating? What's on top of you? Share your thoughts with your group mate. Okay. Okay, let's bring it back together in about 15 seconds. Just here. All right. Let's share your reaction. What's on top? How can this commission actually focus on this in video? Any group that wants to jump in first, and then I'm gonna ask you to call on a different team.
Oh, so we talked about authentically engaging our local first fives. So that we can learn from them, since they're the ones that have the pulse, and hopefully those local first fives are also authentically engaging the families.
I want to just call out that that was the first word on the values. Okay, call another team.
Oh, I'll call on Chair Pettis.
What was it? Just targeting. Targeting or
Yes, okay, let's check. So we said having that, you have the big circle, so you have the universal approach, and you're targeting and centering on children most in need. Black and brown children.
And then I think we had mentioned too, capturing the data and like the results, so we could show that everyone benefits from when we target our resources a little more strategically.
Yeah, making sure that's showing up in the data. That would hurt. Okay, can you call on the next group?
I mean, I think we're all saying the same thing, but in terms of operationalizing it, not focusing and spending too much time in that broad outer circle, because it wastes really valuable time, energy, and resources. When we focus on the center, it's going to affect positive change for everyone.
Thank you. Okay. What I want to illuminate for the group is the undergird of what I hear from this team is, number one, you've had the same conversation all day long. And I don't know if you notice it, but because I have fresh eyes and ears, I can pinpoint it and hear it. Right? And it's what I said, it's what I shared with you earlier. Right? Because there's some nuances in how you described your how. Right? And it is the difference between, whether or not your focus should be on those that are most marginalized, or if your focus should be on the entire group. Right? Like that, those are the differences in what I heard you all share. And what I want you to recognize is that like that should definitely be in the garden to what we have to unpack as a group, because it will continue to be a hindrance to you actually seeing the water. Okay, okay, all right, I'm gonna take us back. To, sure, I'm not sure the number slide, so I'm just gonna go back. I want you to take a look, here first. Thinking about, our agreements today and thinking about the initial intentions that you set. As an individual, right? I just want you to think about how you did, right, with your commitment centered around what you needed to be present and what you really committed to making it happen for yourself, right? Thinking about this being a brave space. So that's just an individual reflection for you, right? And then I want you to take a look at our objectives for the day. Let's take a read at those one more time. I'm gonna ask you to do something very specific. This is going to be your opportunity to have some individual reflection on the day. Inside of your doc, there is something I like to call like a lead reflective moment. Those of you that are, you know, like a little more tech savvy and you don't like to write anything down, that's okay too. If you take a look here at this doc, there is a QR code. Like if you want to do it electronically, that's great. If you just want to write it on this paper, that's great too. Just know that this is anonymous and what you are going to turn in is going to be anonymous. Okay, but I would like to have you to think about like our experience and the objectives that we set out at the beginning of our day. And just think about, you know, like how we did, right, as a team. And I just want you to take 4 minutes and just fill this out.
4 minutes?
Yeah, it's gonna be the end of our time.
We wanted to have public comment, I thought it's at 3:40?
45.
I just think it's the direction in the room. I always want to write it down. I'm like, well, you're gonna speak. I'm a rule follower.
And you fill it out more completely, because you submit from.
Yeah,
you get this.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it collective. I'm gonna take it because I'd like to tease out the themes from the group. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, but how did you take it from here? Can we send it to you?
Oh, no. I already have that. The QR code, like when you're doing it electronically, it goes into.
Is it a submit? There's not a submit button. Once they type, once folks.
Yeah, once you type it, it's there. Yeah, it's just like a note.
Oh, mine showed up as a Google Doc.
Yeah.
Oh, so then it's evergreen.
Oh, it should be.
Ooh, anonymous boxes on there.
Anonymous box.
Ooh, I'm gonna get chinchilla.
Still like these crazy ones. You know, random animals.
No, you don't know where it is because it's random.
It's typing right now. You don't know who.
That's not technically.
Here later.
Doing what late?
Or looks like we gotta dig into that trust value over there.
Yeah.
Maybe write it down. There's also paper here.
Some of us like to write, some of us like to type. So whatever your preference, we'll collect it all. We'll of course send a more formal survey for you to have some outside reflection as well for the day to help us plan for the next opportunity. But that's just an FYI, you don't have to get it all in. We want to just think about the objectives that we set for the day and how it relates to this lead opportunity. One more minute. And just a reminder, like some of us need these reminders and some of us don't, but we can't serve and show up if our cup isn't full. This is me playing basketball at Oregon State University. Told you that my family was diehard. So whatever it is that helps you to maintain balance, like, don't forget to do that for yourself because it's important, right? In service to others, you have to make sure that your cup is full. And then lastly, if you want to get a hold of me, that's cutting off the bottom there with my cell. But you're welcome to call me, you're welcome to email me with any questions, any support. Absolute honor to be here with you today. And thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Right before we jump into public comment, I know everyone really has to come down, but if there's anything that needs to be stated, just want to double check with the commission. Clarifying this, what I think that's dangling out there, which is the Arabella work. Is that coming back to us and how does that over? Because I felt like I would hear. We were supposed to hear that today, actually. Like, right. I don't know, but I just, like, I feel unsettled and a little bit frustrated that we did that and we shared and like, where is it?
It was part of the very robust agenda. Let's talk about how we can share it with context, because that was supposed to be today. And I think it's right. I think that we took a lot of time on the beginning, which was needed we needed to have that point.
But I thank you, Shana, for looking that up. There was a commitment that we would talk about this. So thank you for looking that. So that on our bike path, we will follow up on that. Thank you. Is there anything else that anyone else wants to say, what we missed or wanted to?
Just for context for myself, that's the research finding.
That's Arabella.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. This is organized one.
Is that a document we have?
No, not yet, no.
I just wrote like notes from myself.
So we actually probably want to see that as well beforehand. And not just to be reacting to it. So let's follow up about how. Thank you. Thank you, Sheena, for bringing that back up. Okay. All right, we're now in time for public comment. Francie. Right. I don't know. This is so exciting. I'm gonna take my mask off. I'm a little half dance inside because, you know, as Maya Angelou says, do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, you do better. Right? And so, and I wanted to again state in context, because I was like, wow, somebody misinterpreted what I said earlier. My other colleagues are gonna kill me because, you know, like we always hope and want and desire for things to change and then not have to be there anymore, right? And I was telling Chair Perez that my son was 7 when I got this job and he's 27 now. And as an African-American male, I never hoped that he would end up having to experience getting hit on the head with a beer can and being called an Norteño N-word, right? And I never hoped for that. And so when we started First 5, you know, Rob Reiner and so forth, they were hoping that the systems would change. And there would be this miraculous change where the water that we are all swimming in would no longer be so oppressive for some of our children and their families. And that has not happened. And that's through no fault of First 5. And there have been miraculous and amazing things that have happened in our communities, in our counties. But we're recognizing that we as the gas and the glue that are the only things sometimes in certain areas that are really trying to push those systems for systems change exist in those communities. And that if that goes away, our children and our families will really suffer. So I'm dancing because I feel as if the folks around the table are feeling that same water that we're spinning, that we're swimming in. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to see some of the tools that you shared that we were talking about, we could use in our own commission as well, would illuminate some things that we can see things. So I learned a lot and I'm glad to be able to take that home. And I wanted to let you guys know that we're walking a similar path that you guys are, that we've had to prioritize already, that we've been talking about targeted universalism, that the 6 conditions of systems change are things that counties have been grappling with and starting to use, that we're recognizing that systems shift based upon relationships and strong relationships and mental models. And so you guys need us and we need you, because you need to learn from all of the things that we're experiencing in our communities, and we are really close to our partners and can help illuminate the things that you're wanting to do at a statewide level. And we need you. We need you as partners to help move this work forward as well, because the systems will only change if we're working together with you, right? To make those changes. And so I'm excited that the majority of this team comes from a collectivist culture. We get that, and we need to lean into that and be bold. This is the year of the rabbit. I was talking to Jackie. This is the year of the rabbit. It's time to be bold and these people do cat. I know you do cat. She told me that. She said you do cat. But I know the rabbit says to be bold and vulnerable. And I feel like we can do that and we can do that together. So I really wanted to appreciate you all very much in this opportunity. And looking forward to really working with you guys and doing, you know, something like this together, you know, the association and members, and we can all really learn from each other and work together on this, walk together on this path together. And we're here for you, and we want you to be here for us too. So thank you. I'll put my mask back on. Thank you.
We don't have any raised hands.
We don't have any raised hands. Just, I need to just reiterate how thankful I am that both of you stayed here. And can't wait to hear what you go back and start. Excuse me, I don't know what excuse me, I use a to be gossip, not gossiping, but you know, just hearing what you all have to say about what we're doing. And I'm just humbled. Like Francine literally said, here's our strategic plan. And lo and behold, she's quoting John A. Powell is here, targeted universalism is here, which is exciting, but also makes me feel like we need to be learning with our partners at the same time. It just double downs and reiterates. Like I felt like I was trying to understand all this, and Francine and Monterey County's already done this work. So it's just humbling, like, how do we keep this reciprocal learning growing together? It just spoke to me, so I just wanted to call you out.
Well, I
again.
want to make sure you don't think we've got it figured out.
No, I know, I also will tell you, we're all still working on it, but we're not, we don't need to be siloed in that approach, right? We need to share together, so thank you for educating.
Wanted to add, and I'm talking about, I think, no, I was asking Jackie, we did some of that work and documented some of it, and I can't remember what that was, but to share with newer commissioners would be really helpful. So sort of this corollary and really contextualize the audacious goal and North Star.
The equity.
So there was, you're saying there was a background paper on those.
Yeah, like there's like pages that
Yeah.
just describe all of that.
It was a draft market, I mean, and now the executive, because we moved strategic planning, we can raise it up. And before you go, you all look at it again, just figure out how to, like, under this new constitution of commissioners, what that looks like, and what
Great.
meaning it has now.
And then Mary to Arabella.
Yeah. Maybe that's perhaps the next session. We can do the Arabella and look that up, and we'll talk about our strategic. This executive stuff for y'all. Yeah.
This strategic plan. And then just to, Shane and I both had said at the beginning, we really wanted to get clarity on roles, responsibilities, and expectations, and it sounds like that's still a work in progress. So I want to acknowledge that, and then I want us to come back at our next meeting at what's been done, what more do we need to do? Because that handbook idea to me sounded wonderful, and so just how are we operationalizing the goal to have this handbook?
Yeah, and I wonder, like, is it a reasonable expectation to have a document for us to react to that outlines the roles we just talked through?
So I'm saying, staff are saying yes.
That would be great.
Hey, anything else for the go to the order? Thank you all. I feel like, yeah, we've done a lot. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved and seconded, really,
Just one.
Commissioner, no roll call. It was moved by Commissioner Hazen, seconded by Commissioner Lopez. All in favor? Aye. Okay,
Nobody opposed?
we've been.
Thank
you.
I'd love to know your flowers.
Here for
Oh, no, I tried.
So who's fine?
My colleagues to the left, yeah.
Okay.
After that,
Where are you flying to?
San Diego.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.